What if the gods themselves were watching, reveling in the chaos of battle, each clash of steel a note in a symphony of destiny? In the sun-scorched heart of Kadesh, where chariots collide like angry thunderheads and the very sands thirst for blood, history teeters on the razor's edge. Here, the pharaoh's might faces a formidable foe, the Hittite Empire, a shadowy adversary lurking just beyond the horizon, plotting, scheming, determined to rewrite the fate of nations. Did you know that one miscalculation, one slip of the tongue, could spark a cataclysm that echoes through the annals of time? As the sun crests the horizon, painting the battlefield crimson, warriors prepare for a showdown that will leave no soul unscathed. Tension crackles in the air like static electricity, and with every heartbeat, the weight of betrayal looms closer. What if the very ground beneath their feet is cursed? Whispers of treachery swirl like a desert storm. An Egyptian spy, a double agent with a penchant for mischief, has infiltrated the ranks, wielding secrets sharper than any blade. Loyalty is a fickle mistress here. Trust? A luxury long lost in the chaos. The Hittite king bides his time, a cunning fox cloaked in silk, plotting to ensnare the unwitting pharaoh in a web of deceit thicker than the Nile itself. Will the pharaoh, blinded by pride, become the architect of his own demise? Historically, Kadesh is not just a battle, it's a high-stakes game of chess with lives as pawns. Each move is calculated, each maneuver laced with lethal intent. Can you smell the musk of fear? The sweat-soaked anxiety clinging to the warrior's skin? Picture the chariots, glistening, deadly machines of war, thundering across the sun-baked plains, leaving a trail of shattered dreams in their wake. And amid the chaos, will an unassuming scribe, armed with nothing but a quill and his wits, hold the key to the empire's survival? His scrolls, filled with unflinching truths, could either crush the pharaoh's ambitions or elevate him to divine status. The stakes? Higher than the pyramids themselves. What if the victory sought by both empires leads to an unexpected alliance, a twist that shatters everything you thought you knew? The battlefield is a cauldron, bubbling with the potential for betrayal, glory, and the realization that in war, heroes can become villains with a single sweep of a sword. Will the gods smile upon the victor, or will they turn their backs, leaving nothing but a charred landscape soaked in blood and despair? As the sun dips below the horizon, a new day will dawn, but not without an unforgiving reckoning. The Battle of Kadesh is not merely a clash of arms, it's a harrowing tale of ambition, treachery, and the haunting question, who pays the ultimate price for glory? This is not just history, it's a thunderous heartbeat echoing through time, and you're about to bear witness. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the crumbling stones of Thebes, the air thick with the scent of sweat, dust, and desperation. I remember the heat pressing down like a weight, suffocating, as the sounds of distant cries pierced through the din of the bustling marketplace. Merchants shouted their wares, their faces smeared with the remnants of last night's feast, yet all I could see were the shadows creeping over the land, a darkness threatening to swallow everything whole. Amidst this chaos, my heart raced, for I was no mere onlooker. I was Nefret, a slave born from the ashes of a fallen dynasty, my spirit bound tighter than the ropes that held me. My eyes darted toward the great temple of Karnak, its towering obelisks jutting into the sky like accusing fingers, reminding me that I was nothing but a ghost in a city built on the backs of laborers like me. I clutched a handful of grains, remnants of the harvest just taken, the weight of the world settling heavy on my shoulders. Each grain was a reminder of the promises made and broken, of dreams whispered under the cover of darkness, only to be scattered like dust in the wind. And then there was Amun, the soldier with a heart forged in the fires of loyalty and fear. I watched him from afar, a figure of strength draped in armor that gleamed like the sun, yet beneath that metallic exterior, I sensed his turmoil. He stood there, sword drawn, eyes flickering between duty and desire. He was a guardian of the realm, yet the burdens of war rattled his soul. I could see it in the way he clenched his jaw, the way he surveyed the horizon as if searching for the ghosts of those he'd already lost in battles that never seemed to end. I remember the way his gaze would linger on me, a fleeting moment where hope danced in the air like the flicker of a dying flame before the winds of fate snuffed it out. Nefret, he called, his voice a beckoning whisper, soft yet demanding, like the call of a lover lost to the sands of time. I hesitated, fear clinging to me, for I felt drawn to him like the tides to the moon, inevitable, yet perilous. In this world where loyalty was a currency, and trust was a luxury few could afford, I knew that reaching out could lead to ruin. His eyes were dark as the Nile at midnight, and in them, I saw the reflection of a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. Yet the storm was not just outside, it raged within also. My heart, ever torn, battled with a longing that felt as ancient as the pyramids themselves. I remembered my late mother's tales, stories of gods and heavens, of a time when the Nile swelled with abundance, not blood-stained anguish. Those memories now felt like ghosts, haunting me with every beat, reminding me that our lives were mere pawns in a game played by celestial beings who cared little for our struggles. "Will you stand beside me?" Amun asked, and in that moment, his desperation was palpable, a raw ache that resonated deep within my bones. I wanted to say yes, oh how I wanted to throw caution to the wind and shout my allegiance, but the shadows whispered of the past, a past riddled with betrayal and loss. My own brother, once a soldier of honor like Amun, had become a specter of vengeance, consumed by a thirst for blood after the fall of our family. I still felt the sting of that betrayal, the clawing sensation of helplessness that held me captive like the chains that bound me. Amun stepped closer, his presence a warm fire against the encroaching night. "Trust me," he murmured, the weight of his words wrapping around us, suffocating yet intoxicating. But could I? His eyes held promises that danced on the edge of a blade, and in that moment, I was torn between the desire to leap into his arms and the instinct to run away, to hide from the chaos that was closing in. Echoes of laughter rose around us, innocent yet haunting, a stark reminder that life continued in the face of despair. Children played, their giggles a stark contrast to the war drums thudding in the distance, an impending storm, an ill omen. I remembered what it felt like to be free, the wind in my hair, the sun warming my skin. Those days felt like distant memories, washed away by the tide of time. Yet the tension thickened, the air crackling with an unspoken urgency as the horizon darkened. I could feel the world shift beneath my feet. The empire, the great Egyptian empire, was on the brink of collapse, crumbling like the very stones that built it. Power-hungry pharaohs, corrupt advisors, all puppets dancing to the tune of greed and ambition. Each thread pulled tighter, binding us in a tapestry of fate that held the promise of ruin. "I can change it," Amun's voice broke through my reverie, but his eyes betrayed the doubt lurking beneath his resolve. "We can change it together." I wanted to believe him, wanted to grasp that fleeting glimmer of hope, but the past loomed like an ever-present shadow, whispering of the price of rebellion, blood, sacrifice, and the ominous specter of death. In the distance, a bell tolled, its sound echoing through the city, a knell for the empire once great, now teetering on the precipice of despair. I felt it in my bones, the weight of history crashing down, the burden of countless lives intertwined with our own. I remembered the names of those who had come before, their dreams woven into the very fabric of our existence, and the thought of their legacies being washed away was unbearable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped us, and I stood there, two souls bound by the weight of a world unraveling. Amun reached for me, fingertips brushing against mine. The connection was electric, a spark igniting the air, but I knew the storm was far from over. Shadows whispered secrets, the night felt alive with the pulse of history, a history filled with bloodshed, heartache, and dreams that suffocated beneath the weight of the cosmos. In that moment, standing between the past and an uncertain future, I felt the weight of the world press down on my chest. It was terrifying and exhilarating, a rollercoaster of emotion swirling like the winds of the desert. I could hear my heartbeat, the rhythm of the empire, fast, frantic, alive with the pulse of the moment. We were at a crossroads, caught in a web spun by fate, and as the stars began to pierce the night, I could almost hear them whispering secrets of the future yet to unfold. And as the darkness deepened, I knew that the story was far from over. It was just beginning, and the threads of our lives, woven together by fate, would soon unravel in a beautiful, chaotic symphony of love and loss, power and betrayal. The marketplace thrummed with life, yet I found myself ensnared in an eerie silence, a heartbeat away from panic. I stood under the scorching sun, the scent of spices and sweat swirling around me like a tempest, yet all I could hear was the hollow echo of my own breath. A man stumbled past, his eyes wild, and in that moment, I knew. Something was coming, and it would tear through the fabric of our lives like a desert storm. My heart raced, pounding against the cage of my ribcage as if trying to escape the inevitability that loomed over us. Ramses! The name was a whispered prayer, a curse, a promise. It hung in the air, heavy with the weight of ambition, ambition that could crush, ambition that could uplift. I saw him on the throne, a young lion poised to pounce, yet wrapped in the shadows of expectations. The throne room was dim, the air thick with incense and tension, thick enough to choke on. I watched him from a distance, his face carved in stone, eyes aflame with dreams that could swallow the stars. But dreams are fickle beasts, aren't they? They promise the world but deliver ashes. And then there was Seti, his father, a giant of a man, but in his gaze, I saw the tremors of doubt. He was a king, yet burdened, as if the weight of the crown was a chain dragging him into the abyss. I felt his struggle, a tightrope walker swaying in the winds of legacy, haunted by the ghosts of his own failures. He loved Ramses fiercely, yet fear flickered in his chest. The very love that should have lifted him was instead a stone anchor. I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue as I watched them, father and son, two warriors caught in the crossfire of expectation and legacy. I remember, the words slipped from my lips like confessions. I remember the nights when Ramses would stand by the river, gazing into the depths as if searching for answers among the shadows. He was never a child of the Nile, he was a tempest wrapped in flesh, longing for something far beyond our reach. The moonlight danced on the water, a siren's call, but he was tethered by duty, the chains of his lineage gleaming in the night, reflecting the silver glow like a mocking laughter. Ramses spoke to me once, his voice a rough whisper, the kind that shatters the silence. "Do you see it?" he asked, eyes glimmering with an intensity that made my skin prickle. "The world is a canvas, and we are the artists. Yet, what if our paint is blood?" There was a fire in him, a fierce longing to carve his name into the stones of eternity. I felt it, that raw hunger, the desperate need for greatness, but like all great fires, it threatened to consume him whole. In the shadows of that marketplace, the whispers grew louder, swirling like the dust around our feet. I sensed the people, the citizens, their hopes intertwined with Ramses' ascent, yet tethered by ancient fears. Would he be the pharaoh to break the chains or the one to tighten them? The line between savior and tyrant blurred, and in that liminal space, hearts began to race, breaths caught in throats. Each pulse was a ticking clock, echoing the uncertainty of what lay ahead. "Father," Ramses' voice cut through the tension like a blade, "I can lead us to glory." Seti's frown deepened, a storm cloud darkening his brow. What did it mean to be a leader? To wear the crown forged in the fires of sacrifice? Glory? Seti's voice was gravel, heavy with doubt. Or a path of ruin? I watched the storm brew, the churning emotion swirling around them, fractals of love and resentment that mirrored the chaos of our world. Ramses' jaw clenched, the lines on his face etching deeper, his spirit battling against an unyielding fear that he might not be enough. "I remember," I whispered again, "the way he stood before the gods, begging for strength, for guidance, as if the very essence of the universe could be distilled into a single answer. But the gods were silent, their eyes closed to the plight of mortals, and Ramses was left to wrestle with shadows. Each night, he would return to the river, staring into its depths, searching for the reflection of a future that felt infinitely distant. He was a lion caught in a cage, each day a countdown, each breath a reminder that time was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. The air thickened around us, charged with a foreboding that enveloped the city like a shroud. I could see it in the eyes of the people, the fear, the anticipation. Tension simmered, bubbling beneath the surface like a pot ready to boil over. The Nile whispered secrets, and I had the haunting sense that history was not merely a series of events, but a living beast, hungry for blood and sacrifice. Then, it happened. A tremor shook the ground beneath our feet. A herald came, breathless, eyes wide with terror. "The Hittites approach!" The words were a knife, cutting through our fragile peace. Ramses straightened, a primal instinct igniting within him. This was the moment that would define him, that would either shatter him or crown him. "We must prepare," he declared, voice ringing with authority, echoing against the walls of our destiny. In that moment, I felt the electric charge that hung between father and son, a mixture of pride and fear. Would Ramses rise to meet the challenge, or would he fall into the abyss of his own making? The shadows danced, and I was left to wonder, as the world spiraled around us, if we were all just players in a grand theater, puppets on strings woven from ambition and despair. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky ablaze, a chorus of uncertainty enveloped us. The city was a cauldron of emotions, fear, hope, desperation, and in that cacophony, Ramses stood at the precipice of destiny, ready to either soar like the falcon or plummet like a stone. I could feel the weight of his decision, the air thickened with the promise of bloodshed and glory, and I knew, whatever happened next, our lives would never be the same. I remember the moment vividly. The world held its breath as the sun set, and the shadows deepened, weaving a tapestry of fate that would forever bind us together. The rise of Ramses II had begun, and with it, the dawn of a new era, or the dusk of our very existence. The sun hung low, blood-red, casting long shadows that stretched across the barren landscape like the fingers of a dying god. The air was thick with tension, a suffocating weight that clung to the skin, dripping with the sweat of fear. I stood there, heart pounding, cradling the battered sword in my trembling hands, its grip slick with the remnants of a conflict that had only just begun. I remember the sound, the unmistakable clash of metal on metal, a symphony of chaos that echoed through the valley as if the earth itself were groaning under the weight of ancient grudges. Distant shouts and cries mingled with the smell of blood and sweat, a macabre perfume that hung heavy in the air, numbing the senses yet igniting a primal rage within me. Each heartbeat pulsed like a war drum, urging me forward, deeper into the maelstrom. Across the battlefield, I caught a glimpse of her, Nefertari, her once proud stature now swallowed by fear. I considered her a fierce warrior, strong, unyielding like the mountains that surrounded us, a striking beauty, a blade that cut through the chaos. But now, her eyes, usually filled with fire, held a flicker of doubt, drowning in the shadows of looming despair. She was supposed to be my strength, my anchor, and yet, in that moment, I felt her slipping away like sand through my fingers. Nefertari! I shouted, my voice slicing through the din. Stay close! I watched as she hesitated, the weight of her ancestry pulling her in different directions, tethering her to a legacy steeped in glory and blood. She turned toward me, and for an instant, the world around us fell silent. In her gaze, I saw the flickering shadows of her past, the weight of expectations, or of lineage, of the empire we were both born to uphold. Then, from the corner of my eye, a glint, a Hittite soldier, his armor gleaming like a serpent poised to strike. Instinct kicked in, and I charged forward, adrenaline surging through my veins, driving me like a beast unleashed. I could feel the earth beneath my feet, each step a thunderclap that echoed in my ears. I remember the moment our blades met, the bone-rattling clang that reverberated through my entire being. He was fierce, fueled by a desperation I recognized all too well. I felt his rage like a pulse, raw and electric, and it mirrored my own. In his eyes, I saw reflections of my fears, of my shortcomings. We were two caged animals fighting for survival in a world that had long forgotten mercy. As I parried his blows, I glimpsed Nefertari again, caught in a whirlpool of her own conflict, loyalty to her people, her family, her birthright, and the growing realization that it would cost her everything, perhaps even me. I could see her grappling with the ghosts of our history, those ancient echoes that whispered against the wind, urging her to choose a path that may lead to her own destruction. Why fight? I shouted in a moment of despair, my breath coming fast, my heart hammering like a frantic drummer in the dark. Why can't we find another way? He grunted, his eyes dark and feral. You think your words will stop the tide? The Hittites are relentless, they do not bend. I felt a sharp pang of recognition. We were both trapped, prisoners of our heritage, of the blood that called for vengeance even when the mind screamed for peace. Yet war was a seductive mistress, and she held us both in her thrall. Each clash of steel intensified the air around us, wrapping it in a suffocating embrace of violence and inevitability. I could smell the sweat, the fear, the desperation that clung to every warrior like a dark shroud. And then, suddenly, despair washed over me like a tidal wave. I glanced back at Nefertari, her face pale, a ghost in the twilight, and I realized she was slipping through the cracks of our destiny. In the midst of this tumult, I understood my own folly, the weight of my own choices. We were two lovers bound by the chains of our lineage, shackled to a fate that demanded bloodshed, yet yearning for a freedom that felt ever out of reach. In that moment, I felt the air thicken, time stretching like a taut bowstring ready to snap. The battlefield faded into insignificance, the clamor of the fight dissolving into a haunting silence, as if the entire world held its breath. I was lost in the chaos, yet found in the stillness between heartbeats. "Don't give in!" I called to her, desperation clawing at my throat. "We can change this. We can forge a new path together." But before her answer could break free, the soldier before me lunged, and our blades sang a haunting duet. I felt the weight of my ancestors pressing upon my shoulders, forcing me to fulfill a destiny I had never chosen. Each swing of my sword felt like the echo of generations past, like the whispers of ghosts buried beneath the earth, demanding justice, demanding blood. And then, just as the darkness threatened to engulf me, I saw it, the flicker of hope in Nefertari's eyes. A spark ignited, awakening the fire that had always burned within her. Together, she mouthed, a silent promise that resonated through the chaos, igniting a flicker of strength in my heart. But the moment shattered like glass, the soldier's blade struck true, and I felt a sharp pain slice through me, a searing reminder that nothing was ever simple, nothing ever came without a price. I staggered back, blood pooling around my feet, the world spinning into a kaleidoscope of agony and fear. Time lost its meaning, each second stretching into eternity as I felt the weight of our choices crashing down. The Hittite Empire loomed on the horizon, a rival with teeth bared, and I knew we were on the precipice of a storm that would change everything. And yet, within that chaos, I felt an echo of hope, a whisper that promised a new beginning, if only we could survive the tempest raging around us. I looked at Nefertari, saw the determination etched in her features, and knew that this was just the beginning of a fight that would shape the course of our lives, our empires, and perhaps the very fabric of time itself. The battle raged on, the horizon darkening with the promise of storm clouds. And in that moment, I realized, we were not just warriors, we were the architects of a new destiny, caught in the crossfire of an unyielding past and an uncertain future. The only question that remained was whether we could rise from the ashes, or if we would be consumed by the very flames we sought to extinguish. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the scorched earth, a bloodstain on the world that whispered of the violence to come. I stood at the edge of the encampment, heart racing, as fear wrapped its icy fingers around my throat. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of sweat and desperation, a tangible premonition that something was about to shatter. I could hear the distant clanking of metal, the roars of men preparing for battle, and the cries of women mourning their fathers, brothers, and lovers, lost to an unseen foe. Kadesh. The name echoed in my mind like a war drum, each beat charged with significance. The city was more than a mere location, it was a battleground of ambition, a fulcrum for power that shifted like the desert sands. It was everything, the promise of glory, the threat of destruction, a mirage that danced just beyond reach. Every soldier here felt it, the weight of expectation, the breath of history brushing against their skin. And I was no different. There was Amos, a warrior with determination etched into every sinew of his body, his eyes a storm of anger and regret. He had once stood amidst the vibrant colors of his homeland, blissfully ignorant of the fate that awaited him here. Now, the horizon held nothing but endless dust and the specter of conflict. I watched him, the way his jaw tightened as he strapped his sword to his side, his thoughts racing like wild horses. He was a man caught between the duty to his people and the gnawing fear that drove him to madness. "I remember the day I left," he muttered, fingers trembling as he tightened his grip around the hilt. "I thought I was a hero. I thought I would return a savior." His voice cracked like splintered glass, and I felt the sharpness of his despair pierce through me. How could I offer him comfort when I, too, was suffocating beneath the weight of our shared fate? Beside him stood Miriam, a healer with a heart as fierce as the flames of the torches that flickered in the encampment. She was a paradox, fragile yet unbreakable, her mercurial spirit a balm for the wounds inflicted by both blade and time. But even she was not immune to the shadows lurking within the recesses of her mind. Each breath she took was colored by an unyielding ache, the memory of a brother, a lover, lost to the relentless tide of war. "The road to Kadesh isn't just stones and dust," she whispered as I approached, her voice a haunting lullaby against the backdrop of chaos. "It's a path paved with dreams turned to nightmares. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I understood, that I could feel the weight of those dreams crumbling beneath the relentless march of time. But the words lodged themselves in my throat, choking me. Instead, I glanced at the horizon, where dark clouds gathered, pregnant with the promise of rain or destruction. The tension thickened, an electric pulse that coursed through our bodies. I could almost taste it, a metallic tang that clung to my tongue, a reminder of the blood that would soon stain this forsaken land. We were soldiers, no, pawns on a chessboard where kings and emperors played games of fate, each move sending ripples through the fabric of time. I thought of the city of Kadesh, its strategic importance looming above us like a dark silhouette against the dying light. It was a place where empires clashed, where destiny was forged in the fires of conflict. The whispers of history echoed in my mind, tales of valor and treachery, heroes who had risen and fallen like the sun. The power to control Kadesh meant more than land, it was the key to the future, the promise of glory or the harbinger of doom. Do you think we'll see the sunrise again? Amos' question hung heavy in the air, a fragile hope clinging to the edges of our reality. Only if we survive the night, I replied, though uncertainty gnawed at my insides. Miriam's hand brushed against mine, a fleeting connection that sent a jolt of warmth through me, and I felt the weight of the world lift, if only for a moment. We have to believe, she said, her voice firm like the earth beneath our feet. Hope is a weapon as sharp as any blade. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows crept closer, threatening to swallow us whole. I could feel the pulse of fear quicken, a drumbeat of impending doom that resonated within my heart. The night became a canvas painted with the echoes of warriors charging into the unknown, their cries mingling with the whispers of the past. I saw their faces, ghosts of those who had fought before us, their dreams and ambitions forever entwined with the blood-soaked earth. Do you see them? I asked, my breath a fog in the chill of the evening. The ghosts of those who came before. Amos nodded, his brow furrowed as he squinted into the darkening expanse. They are here, with us. They guide our hands, urge us on, remind us of what's at stake. But could their whispers drown out the cacophony of our doubts? I could feel the ground shifting beneath me, the very essence of Kadesh breathing with anticipation, a living entity that craved the taste of war. And then, the silence shattered. The shrill cry of a horn pierced through the night, a harbinger of chaos, a call to arms. The moment hung suspended, a heartbeat caught in time, before the floodgates opened, and we surged forward into the abyss. Each step taken was a step into the unknown, and as I raced alongside Amos and Miriam, I felt the weight of the past crash against the present, their hopes, their fears, coiling around us like a tempest. Kadesh awaited, a dark promise on the horizon, and I knew then, in the marrow of my bones, that whatever lay ahead would forever alter the course of our lives. In that moment, as we charged toward destiny, I realized we were not just fighting for a city, we were battling for our very souls, entwined in a narrative that stretched beyond the bounds of this world. We were part of something greater, something terrifyingly beautiful. The road to Kadesh was not merely a path, it was a reckoning, a crucible forged in the fires of our darkest fears and our brightest aspirations. And so, we ran, heartbeats echoing like thunder, spirits ignited by the fierce hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we would emerge from the shadows, forever changed but alive, against all odds. A chilling wind swept through the desolate halls of the castle, carrying whispers laden with uncertainty. I stood on the precipice of madness, the air thick with unspoken words. Outside, the world felt suspended, like a taut bowstring ready to snap. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears as I stared at the parchment in my trembling hands, the ink still glistening with the weight of betrayal. The message was clear, alliances were fraying, and the specter of war loomed over us like a dark cloud, pregnant with chaos. I remember the first time I felt the weight of power. It was a fleeting moment, a mere brush of the fingertips against a crown, and yet I was hooked. The taste of authority was intoxicating, but now, as I stood on the edge of a precipice, I could feel the venom of that power coursing through my veins. The thrill had turned to dread, and I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, a cruel reminder that time was slipping through my fingers. I could not be the one to falter, yet doubt gnawed at my resolve like a ravenous beast. Across the dimly lit chamber, Lady Arya paced like a caged panther, her eyes ablaze with defiance. I had seen that fire before. It burned within her, igniting every debate, every sharp retort, as if her very existence was a challenge to the malevolence around us. "They'll come for us, you know," she whispered, her voice barely above a tremor. "They feast on our vulnerability, savoring every moment. It's a game, a dance of shadows. And we are the marionettes, dancing on strings we didn't even choose." I wanted to believe we could outmaneuver them, that our words could weave a tapestry strong enough to bind our fates to theirs. But the silence of the courtyard outside was deafening, each empty space echoing the impending doom. My thoughts drifted to Marcus, the voice of reason amidst our storm. He had a mind as sharp as a blade, but now, it felt as if that very sword was poised against our own throats. I could see him sitting at the stone table, head in hands, wrestling with the labyrinth of diplomacy. "Talk of peace is a masquerade," he had said, his voice low and heavy, like the evening fog creeping into our sanctuary. "They smile while they sharpen their knives. You can't negotiate with wolves." His words still hung in the air, a solemn reminder of how thin the line was between life and death, trust and betrayal. I could almost feel the weight of his decision pressing down on me, an anchor pulling me deeper into the abyss. But I still believed. I remembered the laughter we shared over meager meals, the dreams we spun like delicate thread. I remembered Arya's fierce promise to protect those we loved, even if the weight of the world crushed her spirit. I wanted to scream at the heavens, to shake the very foundations of the earth until it spat out answers, but I was left with only the bitterness of unshed tears. The tension mounted, a pressure cooker about to explode. I caught Arya's gaze, a fleeting fusion of fear and determination. "We must send a message," she urged, drawing closer, as if the very act of speaking those words would ignite the dormant fire within me. "We cannot be their pawns. Let them know we are prepared to fight, to protect what is ours." But what was ours? The question lingered, taunting me like a ghost in the shadows, whispering secrets I dared not confront. The castle, the people, their hopes and dreams were fragile as glass. Each ally we lost felt like a shattering echo in my chest. I wanted to scream that I would do anything, bend any knee, swallow any pride, to prevent the impending storm. Yet, deep down, I feared that our attempts at diplomacy would only fan the flames of hostility, turning our dreams into ashes. Night fell like a shroud, cloaking the castle in darkness. The torches flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to mock our resolve. Memories of laughter turned to ghosts, taunting me with the joys of simpler times. I closed my eyes, letting the memories wash over me, faint sounds of distant music, the warmth of shared stories, the bond of unwavering friendship. And then, the messenger arrived. He burst through the doors, a harbinger of chaos, his breath ragged as if he had sprinted through the abyss. "They've gathered their forces." It's no longer just talk. Those words pierce my heart, each syllable a dagger thrust into my core. The reality of war had been an abstract notion, something we could navigate with words and promises, but now it was here, clawing at the edges of our sanctuary. "I can't lose you," I found myself whispering, the vulnerability spilling from my lips before I could call it back. The rawness of my voice hung heavy in the air, each breath laced with desperation. I glanced at Arya, her expression a mirror of my fear, her own heart trembling beneath the weight of impending loss. "What choice do we have?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. There was a haunting beauty in her struggle, a raw truth that resonated deep within me. I wanted to reach for her, to entwine our fates in that moment, to promise that we would emerge unscathed, but I could feel the enormity of uncertainty pressing down upon us. As we stood together, the echoes of promises and dreams collided with the harsh reality of our situation, a collision that threatened to shatter everything we had built. The clock ticked louder now, each second a reminder that time was not our ally. I could feel the shadows closing in, the demons lurking just beyond the light. And yet, in that moment, something shifted within me. I was no longer a puppet on strings, nor a vessel of despair. I was a storm, ready to break free from the confines of fear, ready to claw my way back into the light. We would not go quietly into the night, nor would we surrender to the inevitable. Together, we would dance fiercely against the darkness, our hearts beating defiantly against the encroaching silence. Then we will fight, I declared, my voice steady, resolute. We will show them that we are not broken, that our spirits blaze brighter than their swords. And as the words hung in the air, I knew this was only the beginning. The shadows would not consume us, we would rise from the ashes and ignite a fire that would light the path forward. The battle was coming, and I would stand, fists clenched, ready to embrace whatever fury awaited us. The air crackled like the tension before a storm, thick with sweat and dust, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Shadows stretched long and ominous, creeping through the encampment where men gathered, their eyes hollow with anticipation. I remember the moment when the silence shattered, a distant roar, the clanking of armor, the desperate cries of a world caught in the throes of war. The scent of fear was palpable, a metallic tang that clung to everything, wrapping itself around us like a suffocating shroud. There, among the thrumming hearts and quaking hands, stood Timey, his fingers brushing against the cool, worn leather of his shield, its surface etched with stories of victories past. He was a warrior defined by conflict, both on the battlefield and within the depths of his soul. I remember the way he shifted uneasily, glancing at the burning horizon, knowing that each flicker of flame threatened to consume the world he loved. His brother, his blood, his heart, had fallen not long ago, and the weight of grief pushed him down, yet the flames of vengeance flared bright within him. He was a lion crouched in the tall grass, waiting, yearning to unleash his fury, but caught in the web of his own sorrow. And then there was Nefret, her dark hair cascading like an inky waterfall as she stood a little too far from the others. She had always felt like a ghost, both a part of and apart from the relentless tide of war. Her father had been a strategist, a brilliant mind who could turn the tides of fate with a single scheme. But all that brilliance had crumbled like ash when the enemy came, leaving her with a hollow ache that no amount of tactical genius could fill. She wrapped her arms around herself, a fragile shell, battling the echoes of his laughter that still haunted her dreams. And yet, here she was, standing at the brink of chaos, her mind racing with plans that could either save or shatter them all. The sun's last embers flickered out, and with it, the last vestiges of civility. The air thickened with the scent of burning oil, an early innovation, a cruel tool in the hands of desperate men. I remember the way the flames danced, licking at the night sky, their glow illuminating the faces of the warriors, twisted in anticipation and fear. "They'll come for us," Timey whispered, voice a raw edge, and I could see the tremor in his hands. "They'll come for blood, and blood we will give them." It was an unsettling contrast, his resolve wrapped in sorrow, a man ready to fight yet burdened by loss. Every heartbeat echoed with the ghosts of the past, a cacophony that played tricks on the mind. I found myself lost in the whirlwind of emotions, knowing that war wasn't merely about swords clashing or shields shattering. It was about loss, about the fragile threads of connection that bound us together and tore us apart. The night swallowed the camp as sounds of war emerged, a distant clamor that pricked at the edges of our resolve. Timey's breath quickened, his eyes wild with anticipation. "They're coming," he said, voice low and urgent. "We must use the new formations, the tactics we trained for." I watched him transform, a fleeting ghost of doubt replaced by the specter of a warrior. In that moment, he was not just a man, he was a storm. Nefret stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper, yet it sliced through the tension like a blade. "We can't just charge in. Our formations are fluid, like water. We must adapt." I saw the fire ignite behind her eyes, the spark of survival cutting through the grief. She was a strategist at heart, every plan she devised a tribute to her father's legacy. But as the weight of her own desperation pressed down, I could see the cracks forming, the fear of failure mingling with the will to fight. They moved like shadows, as if the very night had birthed them. The enemy surged forward, a tide of bodies and weapons that threatened to drown us all. I could feel the tremors beneath my feet, the primal instinct to flee clawing at my insides, yet I stood rooted, caught between the visceral thrill of battle and the gut-wrenching dread of what was to come. Timey's voice roared above the chaos, an anthem of rage and grief. "For our fallen. For our families." And the men surged with him, a flood of emotion that carried them into the fray. I watched as he became a whirlwind of blood and steel, each swing of his sword a tribute to his brother, each enemy felt a step closer to vengeance. But Nefret lingered behind, her heart pounding in sync with the battle cries, yet her mind racing ahead, calculating their movements. "Hold the lines," she shouted, a commander amidst the chaos. I caught a glimpse of her fierce determination, the way she struggled against the tide of despair, trying to be the anchor in a storm that threatened to swallow them all. In that moment, she was both vulnerable and powerful, a paradox of a warrior caught in the throes of emotional turmoil. As the sounds of clashing metal rang out, I found myself sweeping through the chaos, caught in the fleeting moments of humanity. A soldier fell, a child's cry echoed. War was never simply victory or loss, it was heartbreak intertwined with the brutality of survival. I could feel the weight, the suffocating inevitability of it all. The battlefield stretched endlessly before me, a tapestry of shadows and light, of life and death woven together in a macabre dance. Every face was a story, every scream a memory. I remember the beating of my heart like a drum, matching the rhythm of the chaos. And yet, deep within the maelstrom, amid the cries and the bloodshed, I saw Timey and Nefret fighting side by side, their struggles melding into one. Their flawed humanity shone through, a testament to resilience. They understood now, the innovations of warfare were not just in the weapons they wielded or the tactics they employed, but in the very essence of who they were. Each strike was a piece of their soul, fought for not just survival, but for love, for loss, for redemption, each heartbeat a prayer sent to the cosmic void, seeking solace in the chaos. The night raged on, the battle stretching into eternity, as if time itself had lost its meaning. And in the shadows, beneath the weight of the stars, Timey and Nefret became echoes of a legend still in the making, caught in a cycle of conflict that would never truly end. The war was but a reflection of their inner turmoil, a whirlwind of emotions, desires, and ghosts that would haunt them beyond the battlefield. I remember the moment when I realized the truth, that war was not merely the clash of swords but the beating heart of humanity laid bare, raw, and exposed, a testament to the fragile beauty of life amid the haunting specters of death. And as their stories intertwined with the fabric of history, I could only stand witness to the unfolding chaos, feeling every heartbeat, every breath, every whisper of fate spinning silently in the night. The air was thick, suffocating, like the weight of 1,000 tombstones pressing down on the shoulders of the living. The sun hung low, a molten orb dipping into the horizon, spilling its blood-orange light across the desert sands. I stood there, heart racing, pulse pounding in my ears, the distant sound of chaos swirling around me. Screams, commands, the clatter of metal against metal, a hellish symphony that rattled the bones. I could see him, a silhouette against the fiery backdrop, Captain Horsom Rahim, his face a mask of strained determination. He was a man who wore his scars like medals, each one telling stories of battles fought and lost, of comrades fallen in the line of duty. I remember the first time we met, back when his smile could light up the darkest corners of our dusty barracks. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the war turned his laughter into a harsh breath, a guttural growl of rage and sorrow. "Stay sharp," he shouted, his voice slicing through the chaos, commanding us all to focus. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I remember the way he clenched his jaw, a tightness that spoke of something deeper, a fear not just for himself but for all of us. The Egyptian army, once a proud vessel of strength, now teetered on the edge of despair, as we lined up in our formation like pieces on a chessboard, waiting for the next move that could end it all. Next to me stood Fatima, a sharpshooter whose eyes burned with a fierce resolve but hid a heart that trembled with doubt. I watched her fingers twitch, gripping her rifle like it was a lifeline. She was a warrior forged in the fires of conflict, yet her spirit was a fragile thing, weighed down by memories of friends she couldn't save, of dreams smothered beneath the relentless boots of war. "Do you think we'll make it out of this?" she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the din, but it pierced me like an arrow. I wanted to reassure her, to promise that we'd walk away from the battlefield, that the sun would rise again, but there was no guarantee. In this moment, all I could do was nod, my throat dry, emotions clashing like the swords that might soon be drawn. The hour was late, shadows creeping along the ground like specters ready to claim their due. The army was a monument to structure, a colossal beast built on ranks and orders, but in this moment of impending chaos, it felt more like a decaying edifice, fragile and trembling. Each battalion, each infantry, every division was a mere facade, hiding the fraying threads of loyalty and fear that wove through us. I saw it in the eyes of the soldiers, the uncertainty, the flickers of hope mingling with despair. I remember the whispers that floated through the ranks like ghostly wails. What if we fail? What if we are the last to stand? The Egyptian army was built on centuries of glory, but now it felt like a crumbling pyramid, stones slipping into the abyss. The weight of history pressed down on us, but we weren't just soldiers, we were sons, daughters, lovers, and dreamers. Every one of us carried a story, a burden from the past, and a hope for the future. The ground shook, the enemy was coming. A wave of adrenaline surged through me, a visceral jolt that sent my heart racing. I could see Horsom's jaw clenching tighter, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to lead us into the fray. He was the embodiment of duty, a soldier who would sacrifice himself for his men, but beneath the armor, I could see the cracks. His family was a distant memory, tethered to him only by fading photographs and longing. He fought not just for his country but to reclaim a piece of himself, to silence the ghosts that haunted him. And then there was me. I fought for the thrill, the adrenaline. It was my escape from a life that felt too mundane. I remember my mother's eyes, dark and somber as she kissed me goodbye, her words echoing in my mind. "Come back to me, my son." Each time I raised my weapon, I felt that promise weighing heavy, a reminder that my choices could shatter her world. We moved forward, shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding, breaths ragged as we stepped into the maw of chaos. The desert, once a serene expanse, now became a battlefield, each grain of sand crunching beneath our boots like the brittle bones of the fallen. I could taste the fear, a metallic tang that lingered on my tongue, mingling with the smell of gunpowder and sweat. "Cover me!" Horsom roared, launching himself into the fray, a lion leading his pride. I watched him, entranced, as he charged into the maelstrom, and in that moment, I understood the essence of leadership, a raw, unfiltered willingness to dive into the abyss for those you love. Fatima's eyes flickered to mine, a silent question hanging between us. We exchanged a nod, a pact forged in the fires of desperation. I had to protect her. I couldn't let this broken world take her from me too. As we moved, the ground beneath us trembled, and the skies darkened, clouds swelling overhead as if the universe itself was mourning our impending fate. The clash of weapons rang out, a cacophony that drowned our voices, but deep inside, I could hear the rhythm of our hearts beating as one. Each heartbeat echoed the weight of our choices, the pulse of our fears, the hope and the loss tangled together like an intricate dance. I remember the moment the first shot rang out, a flash of fire and the scream that followed. Time seemed to freeze, a heartbeat suspended in the air, before plunging us back into chaos. Horsom was down, and the world shattered around me. I felt the ground quake beneath my feet, felt the pulse of the desert whispering the secrets of lives lost, our lives, our dreams, our futures hanging by a thread. The Egyptian army was not just a structure, it was a living, breathing entity, made of dreams and despair, hope and heartbreak. Each soldier encapsulated a story worth telling, a life worth saving. In the swirling dust of the battlefield, we were all that remained, fighting not just for victory, but for redemption, for a chance to escape the ghosts of our pasts and forge a future that shimmered like the horizon under the setting sun. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, knowing that this was only the beginning, a cycle of conflict that would stretch across time, in the shadows of our memories, echoing into the night. The clashing of metal rang out like a death knell, echoing against the jagged mountains that slashed the horizon. Each crash of sword against shield was a heartbeat, a staccato rhythm of impending doom. The sun hung low, casting a crimson hue across the battlefield, an ominous omen that mocked the very essence of life. I stood there, a mere shadow among the chaos, heart pounding as adrenaline pumped through my veins. This was not just a battle, it was an orchestra of war, each note a cry of desperation, each silent moment a whisper of fear. I remember the first time I felt the weight of a soldier's life on my shoulders. It was the day I became a commander in the Hittite army, a title that felt like a crown made of thorns. My breath came in labored gasps as I surveyed the faces of my men, their eyes wide with the flicker of hope and dread. Here was Sargoon, a boy still fresh from the village, clutching his spear like a lifeline, his hands trembling as if the very earth beneath him was quaking. I wanted to comfort him, but my voice felt like lead in my throat. "We fight for the glory of the sun god," I shouted, the words tasting bitter on my tongue, but they needed to believe. They needed me. And then there was Talu, my rival, whose laughter had once echoed over cups of wine in our shared youth. Now, it twisted into a snarl as he barked orders, his eyes aflame with ambition. I saw a wildfire in him, destructive and consuming. He had always craved power, and here we stood, two sides of a coin, both ready to tip into the abyss. I could feel the friction between us, electric and dangerous, the kind that could either forge a bond or shatter everything we had known. The clash of arms surged around us, a tidal wave of chaos. The Hittite army was a beast of many heads, a mix of infantry armed with broadswords and nimble archers perched on the heights, their arrows poised like the fangs of a serpent ready to strike. We were a patchwork quilt of strategies and cultures, each square sewn with the blood of our ancestors. Carpenters, farmers, now warriors, molded into a force that could rival the gods. But were we truly ready to dance with death? Remember your training! I yelled, though inside I felt like a child playing at war, a puppet on strings too frayed to hold. The air crackled with tension, razor-edged, ready to spring. I glanced at Sargon, his eyes wide like a deer caught in a hunter's gaze. A wave of protectiveness surged in my chest, but there was no time for sentiment. I had to focus. And then it happened, a piercing scream sliced through the air, a sound so raw that it seemed to stem from the very ground itself. A soldier fell, a bright splash of red marking the soil like a crimson rose blooming in the aftermath of carnage. Time slowed, the world blurring into a haze of sweat and fear as I rushed to his side. It was Kesh, a friend since childhood, his eyes glossing over as I cradled his head. "Stay with me, Kesh, stay with me." I implored, but the light was fading, his life seeping into the earth like water through a sieve. Talu appeared beside me, his face a mask of determination mixed with something darker. "We cannot linger. We have to press forward." But the very thought of leaving Kesh behind twisted something deep within me, a knot of anguish that tightened with every heartbeat. The battlefield was a predator, and we were its prey, lost in the frenzy of survival. "Forward!" Talu shouted again, and I could feel the weight of his ambition, a stone pressing down on my chest. Was I to abandon my friend, my heart, for the sake of victory? The battle was not just against our enemies, it was against ourselves, our flaws, our fears. I could see it in Talu's eyes, a hunger that would consume him whole if it meant reaching the throne. I remembered the legends, the tales of glory that haunted my childhood dreams. But now, they felt hollow, like ghosts dancing on the periphery of reality. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood, a grotesque perfume that heralded our mortality. "Push through! For the Hittites!" I roared, the battle cry spilling from my lips like a sacrificial offering. As we charged, the ground beneath us trembled, a reminder of the weight of history. I could hear the clash of swords, the cries of men, the haunting cries for mercy that would echo long after the sun set. Each step felt like a march towards oblivion, but we were soldiers, we had to fight. The archers released their arrows, a swarm of black wings cutting through the sky, and I saw Sargon, a mere boy, his face twisted in terror as he loosed his first shot. I wanted to scream at him to run, to turn back, but there was a fire in his spirit that shone brighter than my doubt. Each soldier was a flickering candle, and as the flames danced, so did our hopes. "Stay with me!" I called out, desperation clawing at my throat as we pushed deeper into the fray. Amid the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Talu, charging forward, his eyes wild with the thrill of combat. But behind that excitement lurked a shadow, a hint of something darker that whispered promises of betrayal. Would he sacrifice us all for glory? I felt the knife of suspicion twist in my gut, and yet, we were bound by blood and battle. In that moment, the world erupted around us, a cacophony of sound, a symphony of death. The battlefield was no longer just a place, it was a living entity, breathing despair and rage. I felt the weight of every life resting on my shoulders. The cries, the steel, the blood, it all melded into a haunting melody that would echo in my mind long after the sun set. The shadows of the mountains loomed over us, witnesses to our folly, our bravery. Each heartbeat drummed a rhythm, each breath a prayer to the gods that flickered in the fading light. I was not just a commander, I was a part of something vast and terrible, a thread in the tapestry of fate woven with the lives of men. I could feel the darkness rising like a tide, and all I could do was shout into the abyss, hoping that someone would hear me, hoping that we would not be swallowed whole. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, our fates intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, I steeled myself for what was to come, knowing that this was only the beginning. The battle was far from over, and the true war lay not just against our foes, but against the ghosts that haunted our very souls. The air crackled with tension, thick as the dust that hung over the parched earth of Kadesh. A scorching sun bore down, relentless, as if it demanded the blood of the land, a price for the life it reluctantly sustained. I stood on the edge of the battlefield, feet sinking into the scorched ground, heart racing like a trapped animal. Around me, shadows flickered, the ghosts of 1,000 warriors lingered, their silent screams echoing in the wind. I remember the way the horizon shimmered with heat, bending reality into a wavering mirage, a treacherous illusion that urged you to step forward, only to swallow you whole. There was Anaya, her eyes wide with fear, yet fierce with resolve, like a cornered lioness. She had always been the protector, the fierce heart of our ragtag group. But now, standing amid whispers of war and betrayal, I saw doubt flicker beneath her brave exterior. Memories wrestled within her gaze, memories of the home we had shared, now tainted by the blood-soaked history of Kadesh. She clutched her blade, knuckles white, and I could almost hear her thoughts scream, "What have we become?" And then there was Yarrick, the dreamer, a man whose passion for the stars felt out of place against the backdrop of our grim reality. He was not built for the brutality of this world, yet here he was, torn between duty and his longing for peace. I could see it in the way he scanned the horizon, searching for something that had long since vanished, a flicker of hope, perhaps, or a forgotten promise. "I remember," he said, voice trembling, "when we thought the stars held our future." His dreams felt like fragile glass, shattering under the weight of grief that pressed down like an anvil on our souls. The terrain of Kadesh was unforgiving, a harsh labyrinth of sun-baked earth and jagged outcrops that seemed to conspire against us. Each rock, each crevice whispered tales of battles fought and lives lost. The very soil we stood upon was saturated with the ghosts of those who had bled for this cursed land. I could almost taste the bitterness of their despair, a saltiness that mixed with the sweat on my brow. This was not merely a battlefield, it was a graveyard of dreams, and we were the unwitting mourners. As the wind howled, it carried with it the scent of metal and smoke, the prelude to impending doom. I remember how the air thickened, charged with the weight of unspoken fears. Yarrick's hands trembled as he traced the contours of a map, a flimsy piece of parchment that promised salvation but delivered only uncertainty. "Look," he urged, voice cracking, "if we take the ridge, we might gain the high ground." But his words landed like stones in the air, heavy with doubt. The ridge, they said, was haunted, a place where the ground drank deeply from the hearts of the fallen. "You think we can outrun the shadows?" Anaya shot back, her voice a whip crack in the silence. "You think they won't see us coming?" The hurt in her tone pierced deeper than any sword. I felt it too, the realization that our fears were not just figments of our imagination, but living, breathing entities that stalked us through the barren landscape. Kadesh was alive, and it craved vengeance. I wanted to scream, to shake them both out of their reverie, to make them see the truth that lay before us. The terrain was a reflection of our inner turmoil, a chaotic tapestry woven from pain, regret, and the relentless march of time. "We can't let the past drag us down," I said, my voice a whisper against the roar of the wind. "We have to keep moving, or we will be swallowed whole." But Anaya's face softened then, a momentary crack in her armor. "What if the very ground beneath us is our enemy? What if Kadesh is a trap, waiting for us to take one more step?" I could see the battle waging within her, between loyalty to our mission and her instinct for survival. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and for a heartbeat, I feared she would collapse under the weight of her doubt. And so we stood, three souls bound by fate, teetering on the precipice of the abyss. The silence that enveloped us was deafening, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. In the distance, the sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that twisted like ghosts across the terrain. The world felt incomplete, as if the very cosmos held its breath, bracing for the inevitable clash. I remember the moment like a photograph burning in my mind, a snapshot of vulnerability, raw and unfiltered. Yarek's hand brushed against mine, a fleeting touch that sent a jolt of electricity through me. "What if we fail?" he whispered, vulnerability spilling from him like water from a cracked vessel. But before I could respond, a distant rumble echoed through the air, a sound that felt like the very earth groaning in anticipation. I felt it then, a shift in the atmosphere, a warning that resonated deep within my bones. The stakes were no longer merely our own lives, they were entwined with the history of Kadesh, a land steeped in blood and ambition. The terrain itself seemed to rise up, waiting, watching, hungry for retribution. With an urgency that felt primal, I turned to face my companions. "We stand at a crossroads," I declared, heart racing, drowning in the weight of our choices. "We can fight, or we can fade away into the shadows. But know this, if we choose to stay, we are not just fighting for ourselves. We fight for the dreams buried beneath our feet, for the lives that crumbled here." My words hung in the air, heavy with portent. Anaya nodded, the fire igniting again in her eyes. Yarek swallowed hard, a flicker of determination sparking within the depths of his uncertainty. The wind howled around us, a wild symphony of chaos and possibility as we prepared to face the terrain that was both our ally and our enemy. And in that moment, beneath the relentless sun and the weight of history, we embraced our fears, our hopes, and the undeniable truth that Kadesh was more than just a landscape, it had become a crucible for our souls. We were ready to step into the shadows, to confront the ghosts that awaited us, and to reclaim the destiny that had been ripped from the soil of our hearts. The line between past and present blurred, and the ghosts of Kadesh beckoned us forward into the fray, daring us to rewrite our fate. The moon hung low over the desolate landscape, a watchful eye casting silver shadows across the cracked earth. I remember the stillness, the kind that clings to your skin, chilling you to the bone. It was the night of the mission, and every breath felt like a crime. I stood there, heart pounding, a soldier cloaked not in armor but in desperation. We were the unseen, the unheard, tasked with unraveling a truth buried beneath layers of lies and betrayal. Lena was beside me, her eyes fierce and wild, reflecting the fear that clawed at us both. She had a way of making even the darkest of nights feel alive, her energy crackling like static in the air. But tonight, her bravado faltered. I could see it in the way her fingers trembled against the hilt of her dagger, that wicked smile faltering into something more fragile, like glass on the verge of shattering. "We have to find them," she whispered, but the words trembled, heavy with the weight of what we might discover. And then there was Enzo, lurking in the shadows like a ghost, his presence both a comfort and a curse. He had secrets etched into the lines of his face, each wrinkle a testament to a life lived on the edge of oblivion. "They're watching us," he said, voice low and gravelly, as if the very air around him were a conspirator. I felt it too, the prickle at the back of my neck, the sensation that someone, or something, was waiting in the darkness. "Can't you feel it?" he pressed, and I wanted to tell him that yes, I felt it. I felt it in my bones, a dread that coiled tighter with each passing moment. Shadows danced around us, elongated silhouettes that seemed to whisper our demise, taunting us with the knowledge of what lay ahead. "Focus," I urged, though my own resolve was fraying. The weight of our task pressed down like a leaden cloak. We had been sent to infiltrate the enemy's camp under the guise of night, tasked with gathering intelligence that could shift the tide of war. The stakes were high, but the cost was higher. I remembered the faces of those already lost, the friends, the lovers, the innocents caught in the crossfire. I recalled lying in bed, the scent of spring flowers drifting through the open window, and how surreal it felt to think that in a matter of hours, I might never see that world again. I remember, I whispered to Lena, the way the sun warmed my back as I ran through the fields, how alive I felt. In the distance, a sound broke the silence, a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. The enemy was close, and the air thickened with tension. I could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, matching the rapid cadence of my own. Time seemed to stretch and bend, each moment a fragile thread threatening to snap. "Get ready," Enzo murmured, his eyes scanning the horizon, always 2 steps ahead, always the protector. I couldn't help but think of how he had been my anchor, the one who understood the weight of choices, the haunting decisions that clawed at one's sanity. But tonight, even he seemed fragile, a flickering candle in a storm. We edged forward, our senses heightened, every rustle of leaves a potential death knell. Lena moved with cat-like grace, but I could see the cracks in her armor. The bravado was a thin veneer. "What if we fail?" she asked, the words barely escaping her lips. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that failure wasn't an option, but instead, I felt the truth knotting in my throat. "Then we fail together," I replied, but even as I said it, I felt the enormity of the promise, heavy as a boulder. The thought of her facing the consequences alone was unbearable. We crept through the underbrush like phantoms, feeling the pulse of the world around us. Every snapped twig sparked adrenaline, pulling us deeper into danger. The enemy's camp loomed ahead, flickering lanterns casting eerie shadows on the ground, made grotesque by our racing imaginations. "Remember, we're ghosts tonight," Enzo whispered, but I had never felt more alive than in that moment, every nerve ending on fire, ignited by the thrill of the hunt. The intensity of our mission was intoxicating. It was like dancing on the blade of a knife. I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure darting between shadows. My breath hitched in my throat. "There! Did you see that?" I hissed. The pulse in my ears drowned out the world, and suddenly, it was just us and the unknown. Lena nodded, her face a mask of determination. "We need to get closer," she said, and I could see the fire igniting in her core, the warrior beneath the girl who still hoped for a better world. As we moved forward, the air thickened with anxiety, suffocating under the weight of unspoken fears. I could feel the ghosts of our pasts looming closer, the faces of lost friends, the darkness that whispered of betrayal. The stakes were rising with each step, and yet, I couldn't help but be drawn deeper into the fray. Before we knew it, the enemy camp was alive with activity, the crackle of voices mingling with the crackle of fire, each sound a promise of blood. Lena turned to me, her eyes wide, filled with a raw, electric energy that screamed for action. "We can do this," she urged, and in that moment, I believed her. But belief is a fragile thing, easily shattered. As we slipped into the heart of darkness, I felt the ghosts of all my choices trailing behind me, each one whispering, "What will you sacrifice?" The answer hung in the air like a blade, poised between life and death, hope and despair. The tension was palpable, a drumbeat of inevitability. And as we crossed the threshold into their territory, I could only think, this is where the real test begins. The universe seemed to hold its breath, the stars dimming, eclipsed by the weight of our choices. I could feel Lena's heartbeat sync with mine, a frantic rhythm that echoed in the silence. We were not just spies, we were the last flickers of a dying flame, searching for a way to ignite a revolution. Yet in those fleeting moments, amidst the creeping shadows and rising fears, I knew one thing was certain, there would be no turning back now. The night was alive, and we were merely players in a game far larger than ourselves, a game that would leave scars and echoes long after the final curtain had fallen. The sun hung low in the sky, a blazing orb bleeding its fiery hues across the horizon, and the very air trembled with impending conflict. Ramses II stood atop the pyramid, a titan gazing down at his realm, the wind whispering secrets that only he could understand. Below, men clustered, a restless sea of armor and anticipation. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum. He felt it, a taut string pulled tight, vibrating with the tension of fate. Today would be different, marked by the weight of destiny, a shadow stretching across the sands of time. His mind was a tempest, swirling with memories of battles fought and brothers lost. I remember the cries of the fallen, piercing through the din of clashing swords. I remember the taste of blood mingling with sand, the heat of the sun, relentless and unforgiving. And there was Nefertari, her face etched in the corners of his mind, a beacon amidst chaos. She spoke of peace, of unity, her voice a soothing balm against the raging storm of war that brewed within him. But her wisdom felt like a fragile thread, fraying under the pressure of his ambition. And there was Horam, the general, his heart a cauldron of resentment and loyalty. I remember his eyes, dark pools reflecting the flickering flames of my own desires. Here was a man molded by the crucible of war, hardened by loss, yet yearning for victory. He stood a pace behind Ramses, jaw clenched, suppressing memories of his fallen comrades, whispers of their names taunting him like ghosts. These two men were bound by an unspoken understanding, an electric tension that crackled in the air as they faced the horizon together, a silent pact forged in the fires of conflict. As Ramses turned, the weight of 1,000,000 dreams pressed against his chest. He envisioned the cities of Kush, their walls trembling under the might of his legions, their people bowing before him, not in fear, but reverence. A god among men, a conqueror destined to etch his name upon the annals of history. But with each thought of glory came a tightening in his gut, a flicker of doubt. The ghosts of those who had died for him haunted his every ambition. What was victory if it came at such a price? What good was a throne built on the bones of the innocent? A distant horn shattered the silence, a herald of impending chaos. Hiram stepped forward, eyes alight with fervor. "Your Majesty, they approach!" The urgency in his voice sent a shiver through the ranks. The weight of leadership pressed down upon Ramses, a crown forged not in gold but in sorrow and sacrifice. He could almost taste the metal of it, bitter on his tongue. I remember the night before my first battle, so vividly etched in my mind. The stars twinkling like distant promises, the moon a silent witness to my fears. That night, I practiced my speeches, my bravado, convincing myself that I was the lion, not the lamb. But beneath that steadfast surface, I was terrified. What if I was merely a boy playing at guardhood, a naive dreamer lost in a nightmare? The ground trembled as the enemy drew near, a dark tide rolling towards them. Ramses inhaled sharply, the scent of sweat and metal filling his nostrils. The soldiers were restless, fear bubbling beneath their bravado. He could feel their hopes, their fears, churning like a storm. He had to rally them, to breathe life into their wavering spirits. "Men of Egypt!" His voice boomed, resonating with the weight of 1,000 generations. "Today, we stand not only for our land but for our legacy. Each of you carries the blood of our ancestors. You are their strength, their heart. Together, we shall carve our name into the stones of time." Yet, as he spoke, doubt clawed at his insides. Would this be his moment of glory or the precipice of ruin? The battlefield beckoned, a dark maw waiting to consume them all. The air thickened with a sense of foreboding, the sky darkening as if the cosmos itself were holding its breath. Hiram, however, felt the fire ignite within him. He stepped into the fray, shouts of fervor spilling from his lips. For Pharaoh! For Egypt! His battle cry ignited a wildfire among the ranks, a surge of adrenaline that coursed through their veins. But even as his heart pounded with exhilaration, he felt the specter of his fallen brethren loom large, their faces shimmering in the corners of his vision. Why had he survived when they had perished? Guilt twisted in his gut, a serpent coiling tight. Ramses watched the men surge forward, a wave of bodies crashing against the horizon, and for one electrifying moment, he felt invincible. But beneath that exhilaration lay a chasm of uncertainty, a nagging whisper echoing in his mind. Would his legacy be forged in blood and glory, or would it drown in the cries of the innocent? As the enemy approached, weapons glinting menacingly in the dying light, uncertainty hung heavy in the air, a fine veil draped over the battlefield. Each soldier took a breath, a collective inhale of fear and hope, the world narrowing down to this singular moment. Time stretched, the heartbeat of the universe pulsating in rhythm with their own. And then it began, a clash that felt like the very fabric of existence tearing apart. The roar of the battle engulfed them, a cacophony of chaos and courage. Ramses fought like a man possessed, his blade singing songs of vengeance and valor. But even as he fought, the faces of his people flitted before his eyes, their smiles and laughter juxtaposed against the horror he wrought. I remember the wound that cut deeper than flesh, my own doubt, splitting my soul like a chasm. I remember the ghosts, the whispers of dreams lost amidst the din of war. Would the world remember me as the great Ramses, or would I fade, a mere whisper on the sands of time? Above the din, Nefertari's voice echoed in his mind, a reminder of the love that anchored him, a light in the encroaching darkness. Lead with your heart, Ramses, not with your sword. But in that moment, the heart and sword were one, pulsing with the rhythm of life and death, the very essence of his being. As he fought, he felt the pull of destiny, an invisible thread weaving him into the tapestry of time. And still, The battle raged, a tempest of emotions, a symphony of chaos, love, and loss. The world spun faster, time slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. In this crucible of violence, amidst the screams and the blood, he realized this was not merely a battle for land, but a fight for his soul. The vision of a pharaoh, painted in hues of glory and terror, began to take shape, a haunting reflection of what he could become, or what he could destroy. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the battlefield, and as darkness threatened to swallow them whole, Ramses knew this moment would define him. This was not just a fight for power, it was a fight for the very essence of what it meant to be human, flawed, beautiful, and achingly real. The air crackled, heavy with the scent of damp earth and salt, as the distant thunder rumbled, a warning, a harbinger of chaos. In the dying light of day, shadows stretched long and twisted, whispering secrets of impending doom. A figure, silhouetted against the fading sun, stood at the edge of a crumbling cliff, eyes narrowed against the horizon where storm clouds gathered like soldiers of fate. I remember that moment, how the wind tangling through my hair felt like fingers of ghosts reaching for my heart. Evelyn stood there, a warrior in a dress, a heart entwined in the burden of her past. She clutched a sword, its blade unyielding and cold, yet her hands trembled as if it were a fragile thing made of glass. The weight of her family's legacy pressed down on her, an anchor dragging her deeper into the abyss of expectation. She had sworn to protect them, to fulfill the promise etched in her own blood, but the truth gnawed at her. Each day, she felt less like a guardian and more like a fragile ember about to be snuffed out. And then there was Victor, her brother, pacing like a caged lion, his footsteps echoing against the stone walls of their ancestral home. His eyes, dark as the night sky before a storm, flickered with fear, ambition, and a deep-seated rage that threatened to consume him whole. He had dreams of glory, visions of battle that shimmered in his mind like mirages, but each time he closed his eyes, he saw their father's face, a mask of disappointment forged in blood and sweat. I remember the way he spat the words, "We will not be like them," as if defining the past could erase it, but the shadows of their family history loomed large, thick as fog rolling in from the sea. The townspeople gathered below, a sea of anxious faces illuminated by flickering torches, their whispers rising like smoke. They were counting on them, Evelyn and Victor, the last of their line, the only hope against the encroaching darkness. Each heart beat in unison, a drum roll of dread and desperation, as they prepared to march into the void. I could feel their pulse, their collective anxiety, beating against my own chest, each thud a reminder that war was not just a battle against an enemy, it was the struggle against oneself. The sound of metal clinking, swords being unsheathed, filled the air. A cacophony of ambition mixed with dread. Victor's voice rang out, a clarion call. "Tonight, we fight for our freedom. For our future." But beneath those words lay a tremor, a flicker of uncertainty that betrayed his confidence. He was not just calling to his people, he was pleading with himself to believe. Evelyn stepped forward, her voice low yet charged with a warmth that enveloped their fractured spirits. "If we are to fight, we must fight together. Alone, we are scattered leaves in the tempest. But united, we can become the storm." The fire in her words ignited something in the crowd, a spark that danced in the eyes of the weary, a moment of clarity amid chaos. I could see it, the shift in their posture, the tightening of fists, the clenching of jaws. They were no longer just villagers, they were warriors, ready to embrace the fierce tempest of fate. As the sky darkened, the first drops of rain fell, tapping against the earth like the heartbeat of a world waking from slumber. The storm was upon them, a symphony of chaos and clarity, as Evelyn and Victor turned to face the gathering clouds. It was then that the thunder cracked, not just in the heavens, but within their hearts. I remember feeling the electricity coursing through the very marrow of my bones, a sweet terror that spoke of change, of reckoning. A figure emerged from the shadows, Evelyn's childhood friend, Rowan, a wild spirit bound by loyalty. He had a smile that could charm the sun out from behind the clouds, but tonight, it was replaced by a grimace of determination. "You're not alone," he breathed, stepping into the light. "You never were." His words wrapped around them like an embrace, a lifeline amidst the tempest swirling within and outside. The storm grew fierce, winds howling like banshees as the night deepened. Evelyn saw the fear etched in her people's faces, but deep within, a fire ignited, a roaring flame of defiance. "Stand firm," she shouted, the storm in her voice cutting through the chaos. "We stand not just for ourselves but for every soul in this land." Each word was a battle cry, a promise that resonated not just against the walls of the encampment but echoed in the hearts of those bound by a shared destiny. Victor felt a surge of anger and pride clash within him. His sister was the one they needed, she embodied their hopes, their dreams. But a shadow of jealousy flickered at the edges of his mind. He had always been the protector, the one supposed to lead. And now, with every word she spoke, he felt the ground shift beneath him. "We will fight, and we will win," he declared, his voice raw, choked with the weight of his true emotions. And then the first roar of thunder erupted, a declaration from the heavens, as if all of existence had merged to witness their moment. The storm was alive, and with each flash of lightning, it illuminated their fears, their desires, their joint unbreakable bond. The night pulsed with raw electricity, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. Hope and despair danced a delicate waltz in that moment, tangled in shadows and light. They stood on the precipice of choices, fragile yet fierce, ready to plunge into the abyss. The rivers of blood and fate flowed before them as the storm raged on, the sky a cosmic canvas swirling with the colors of conflict. And as Evelyn raised her sword, the blade glinting like a star fallen from the heavens, she knew this was just the beginning, a thread woven into the vast tapestry of their lives. The winds howled louder, the rain crashed against the earth, and in that heartbeat, they became more than just remnants of a legacy, they became the storm itself, fierce, unstoppable, and echoing through the very fabric of time. In that moment of preparation, they were not just mobilizing forces, they were preparing to redefine themselves, to transcend the shadows of their pasts, and the battle lines blurred, not just between them and their enemy, but within their very souls. The clock was ticking, and they could feel the weight of eternity pressing upon them, pulling them deeper into the night, a night that would be etched into the annals of their history, a night that would never truly end, but rather spiral into something new. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and iron, the sun blazing overhead like a relentless executioner. I stood amid the rattle of armor and the low, urgent voices of men preparing for something unspeakable. A tension like a coiled snake slithered through the ranks, wrapping itself around each soldier's heart. The drums of war were about to beat. I remember my breath hitching in my throat, the gnawing sensation of dread clawing at my insides. Kadesh was not merely a destination, it was a promise of chaos. And then there was Rummy. His hands trembled as he strapped the leather bindings around his forearms, each tug a silent prayer against the shadows creeping into his mind. He was young, too young, really, with eyes that flickered like candle flames in the wind, bright with hope one moment, then dulled by the weight of what was to come. I remember the stories he'd told me by the fire, tales of glory and honor, of gods favoring the brave. But now? A ghost of uncertainty lingered in his expression, and for a moment, I feared he might shatter like glass. "Do you think we'll make it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very act of speaking could summon fate's cruel hand. I didn't answer. Instead, I looked out towards the horizon where the sun dipped low, a molten orb cloaked in hues of orange and crimson, a battlefield waiting to swallow us whole. Across the camp, Ilara moved with the grace of a shadow, her brows furrowed in concentration. She was our strategist, a woman shaped by fire and born of wrath, yet even she bore the burden of doubt upon her shoulders. I had seen her crush men's spirits with her words, wielding them like blades. But now, as she inspected the supplies, her fingers grazing over rations they barely had, dried figs, stale bread, and a few jars of pickled meat, I could see the cracks forming. She was not a goddess, she was flesh and blood, just like us. Her heart wrestled with the enormity of what lay ahead. I remember the way her eyes searched for something, anything, that could give her solace. They landed on me, and in that moment, I felt the weight of worlds pressing down. "We need more than this to face the Hittites," she said, the tremor in her voice betraying the steel facade she wore. It was a truth that hung in the air, bitter and unyielding. "If they come at us with everything they have," her words trailed off into the oppressive silence that enveloped us, a void pregnant with threats yet unspoken. I wanted to tell her that we would find a way, that every warrior has a breaking point, yet fear can birth strength. I wanted to say that history is written by survivors, not by the fallen, but the truth. The truth was that we were all just waiting for a death sentence, living on borrowed time. I remember the whispers of those who had come before us, the ghosts of soldiers long lost, their faces etched into the fabric of memory like fraying banners. Kadesh would be no different. The night came like a thief, stealing the sun and the hope that had lingered in its fading light. A chill seeped into our bones, unsettling thoughts swirling like fallen leaves. Around the fire, we sat in a circle, men and women held captive by a shared dread, the flickering flames dancing in their eyes. I remember the stories we shared that night, stories of home and laughter, of dreams that swirled like smoke. It was our last respite, a fragile bond against the tempest that lay ahead. But the moment that struck me deepest was when Rummy, with a hesitant smile, spoke of his sister waiting for him back in the village. I promised her I'd bring back stories of bravery, he said, his voice trembling with the weight of longing. I promised her I'd come home. The flicker of hope in his eyes was a blade of glass, so beautiful yet so dangerously fragile. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that promises were often specters, haunting us in the dead of night. Days blurred into nights, a relentless march toward Kadesh, the ground beneath us a canvas of blood and sorrow waiting to be painted. The tension grew palpable, a wall of unspoken fears that pressed upon us like the very sky. We moved like shadows, our bodies weary but driven by the unrelenting pulse of a drum that echoed through the air, a heartbeat of war. I remember how Ilara's voice rose above the clamor, sharp and clear as she rallied us, igniting flickers of resolve. We fight for our lives. For our homes. Her words were a temporary balm against the anxiety that gripped us, but I saw the truth behind her eyes. She was as scared as the rest of us, fear festering beneath her bravado. Each step toward Kadesh felt heavier, an anchor dragging us deeper into despair. I remember the emptiness in my stomach, the gnawing anxiety that felt like a predator stalking me in the shadows. I glanced at Rummy, who clutched his sword as if it were a lifeline, the metal gleaming faintly in the dim light. "What if we don't survive?" he whispered one night, the question hanging in the air like a death sentence. My heart twisted. I wanted to shout that we would, that we had it within us to conquer. But I remained silent, trapped in my own web of doubt. And then came the whispers, chilling tales that floated through the camp like restless spirits. They spoke of a dream, a vision that haunted Ilara, a prophecy of doom awaiting us at Kadesh. "The gods have turned their backs," she said, her voice shuddering. "We will face a reckoning." I watched her crumble beneath the weight of her fears, the shadows reaching for her like clawed fingers. I saw in her the same reflection of uncertainty that lived in me. We were all puppets dancing on strings, caught between fate and the illusion of choice. The march continued, the sun blazing mercilessly, and as we neared Kadesh, my heart raced in time with the distant thunder of hooves, a sound that reverberated through the air like the tolling of a bell. I felt it in my bones, the anticipation mingling with despair, the suffocating fear that wrapped around my throat. The moment was upon us, and I could feel the world teetering on the edge of oblivion. Somewhere in the shadows, the truth lurked, an inevitability that waited with bated breath. We were not merely soldiers. We were flesh and blood, dreams and fears, caught in the ceaseless march of destiny, soldiers bound by the weight of our choices and the ghosts of those who had dared to hope before us. And as I looked at Rummy and Ilara, I knew this was not merely a confrontation with an enemy, it was a fight against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. Kadesh loomed ahead, a specter of what might be, and each heartbeat was a step closer to a reckoning that would shape our lives forever. The dawn approached, and with it, the promise of fire and blood. There would be no going back. Thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the ground beneath our feet, a chilling omen that cut through the silence like a knife. The air was thick, electric, charged with a tension so palpable you could almost taste it, a metallic tang that screamed of blood and chaos. I stood there, heart racing, the echoes of my ancestors whispering warnings in my ears, shadows of their sacrifices looming like specters on the edges of my mind. This was not merely a moment, it was the precipice of history, the thin line between triumph and annihilation. Muwatalli, the Hittite king, surveyed the battlefield from the crest of a hill, his dark eyes glistening with a mix of determination and dread. I could see the muscles in his jaw clenched, a fortress of resolve built from years of training and wars fought in his father's shadow. He was a strategist, a warrior, but today the weight of leadership bore down on him like 1,000 stones. I could feel his anguish, an ache that echoed in my chest. He knew that the looming confrontation with the Egyptians was not just a matter of territory, it was about legacy, about the survival of a kingdom that thrummed with the heartbeats of his ancestors. And then there was Tarnak, his younger brother, pacing like a caged lion, his thoughts spiraling in a tempest of fear and ambition. I caught glimpses of the boy he once was, bright-eyed, filled with dreams of glory, but now, burdened by the reality of their situation. His hands trembled, not from cowardice but from an overwhelming desire to prove himself. "Muwatalli, we must strike first," he urged, urgency lacing his voice, desperation clawing at the edges of his reason. "We can't let them take the advantage." "We can't," but Muwatalli's silence echoed louder than any words. I could see the storm brewing in his mind. He was calculating, weighing the lives of his men against the tides of war that threatened to engulf them all. Time felt suspended, trembling like a reed in a gust of wind, every second stretching into eternity. I could almost hear the countdown of their doom, counting down the moments until steel would meet flesh, until blood would stain the earth they fought to protect. I remember, Muwatalli's voice broke through the haze, raw and vulnerable. I remember Father's words before every battle, the way he would grip my shoulder, his face a mask of iron, his eyes holding a depth of sorrow. "Lead with your heart, but never forget the weight of your crown." His eyes glistened, reflecting the flickering torches that lined their encampment, a sea of shadows dancing around them. "I can't fail them, Tarnak." Not again. There it was, the ghost of failure, whispering through the night, an echo of past mistakes that screamed for redemption. I watched as pain flickered across Muwatalli's face, the burden of his choices carving lines deeper than any sword could. I felt my own heart constrict, the fear of loss wrapping around me like a vice. In that moment, standing on the precipice of war, the stakes were more than just territory, they were the very souls of those who had trusted them. Tarnak stepped forward, desperation pulsating with every heartbeat. "You're not alone, brother. We'll fight together," but the words hung heavy, laden with unspoken fears. What if together was not enough? What if the shadows that loomed over them were too great to conquer? The air crackled, charged with possibility and dread, as Muwatalli's gaze pierced through the darkness, searching for the courage buried deep within him. The night deepened, shrouding the valley in a cloak of uncertainty. The stars hung overhead, cold and distant, as if mocking the insignificance of human struggles below. Did they watch as kingdoms crumbled? Did they care? The thought gnawed at me, hollowing out the hope I so desperately wanted to cling to. I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, the inevitability of fate looming like a predator stalking its prey. And just as the tension reached a fever pitch, a distant horn cried out, a chilling wail that reverberated through the encampment. It was a herald of doom, a sound that sliced through the air, awakening the sleeping fears that lay dormant in our hearts. The Egyptians were coming. The time for hesitation had ebbed away, leaving nothing but the raw, visceral essence of impending battle. Muwatalli's eyes darkened, something primal awakening within him, anger, fear, a determination forged in the fires of desperation. "We will not falter," he breathed, the words a promise wrapped in steel. "We will show them the strength of the Hittites." I felt the pulse of his resolve vibrate through me, a heartbeat of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But as he rallied his men, Tarnak's gaze drifted beyond the horizon, where shadows pooled like ink. He was torn, a tempest of loyalty and ambition swirling within. "I remember," he whispered, a confession barely audible. "I remember the day you saved me from that beast. But what if today, it's you who need saving?" The vulnerability in his voice was a raw wound, an unspoken truth that threatened to unravel them both. The horn blared again, louder, closer, a call to arms, a promise of blood. And in that moment, with fear and fury entwined in a deadly embrace, the Hittite brothers stood on the brink of annihilation, the weight of their choices crashing down around them like an avalanche. The echoes of the past reverberated in their hearts, and as the first rays of dawn pierced the night, they prepared to confront their fates, knowing that history would remember not just the battle, but the souls entwined within it, haunted by dreams, driven by ambition, and forever changed by the choices made in the crucible of war. Every heartbeat quickened as they took their positions, the air thick with a haunting silence, broken only by the rustling of armor and the whispers of men clutching their weapons with trembling hands. This was not just a battle, this was a reckoning, a moment that would reverberate through the ages, echoing the choices made in the crucible of war. And as they stood there, poised on the edge of oblivion, the world around them held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The clash of steel is a scream sliced through the stillness, echoing off the rocky banks of the River Oronce. I feel it in my bones, a bone-chilling prelude to the chaos that soon engulfs us. Shadows of tall reeds sway like ghosts, whispering secrets in a language lost to time. Above, the sun hangs low, a molten orb threatening to burn through the very fabric of this day, yet for us, it is already twilight, an omen of blood and betrayal. I stand there, heart racing, caught between two worlds, the innocence of my childhood dreams and the gritty reality of war. The air is thick with tension, stinging the back of my throat, a bitter reminder of what is at stake. My fingers tremble around the hilt of my sword, slick with sweat, as if the steel itself knows the weight of decisions yet to come. I remember the night before, the laughter shared over simple bread and stale wine, faces lit by flickering candlelight, dreams painted in bold strokes. What fool's paradise we were in, unaware of the storm brewing, as if laughter could shield us from what was inevitable. Across the river, I see him, Hassan, my brother in all but blood, his eyes fierce and haunted, like a wolf caught in a snare. He's a man of contradictions, fierce yet fragile, a heart beating beneath armor that could shield him from swords, but not from the memories that gnaw at him. I remember his smile, the way it could light up a room, but now that smile has faded, replaced by a grimace of resolve. He grips his spear with a white-knuckle ferocity, ready to plunge into a fight he cannot escape. Hassan! I shout, my voice barely a whisper against the cacophony rising around us. It's swallowed by the roar of a distant clash, the chaotic orchestra of men caught in a dance of death. I see him nod, a brief moment of acknowledgement, but it's enough to send a shiver down my spine. We are not children anymore, innocuous and naive, we are warriors, thrust into a theater of blood where ghosts of our past haunt every step. I remember the stories told to us by the fire, tales of heroes and tyrants, of battles fought and won, the sweet taste of victory. But no one spoke of the aftermath, the way victory can taste like ash, a hollow echo of what once filled our hearts. I can almost taste it now, the bitterness rising to my throat, mingling with the metallic tang of fear. Then it begins, a rush of bodies, a tide of men surging across the river, the murky water turning crimson. I feel my heart pound like the war drums, each beat a reminder of the life I once knew. I'm engulfed in chaos, a blur of motion, screams echoing like a death knell, and the earth trembles beneath our feet. Time fractures. Seconds stretch into infinity as I watch without thinking, my mind racing ahead to the moments I could not control. Hassan charges forward, a fierce cry ripping from his throat, a primal sound that pierces the air and rips through the fog of uncertainty. My feet feel glued to the ground, but my heart is already racing alongside him. I remember us as boys, running through fields, laughter like wind chimes in the summer air, free and untouched by the burden of this brutal reality. But now, I'm no longer that boy. I'm a soldier. A weapon in the grip of a world gone mad. I stumble forward, and time warps around me. The sun dips lower, shadows stretch long and menacing, ghosts of those we've lost, those we will lose. I see it all, the glint of the sun on steel, the flash of a blade, the way it bites into flesh. I can't breathe. And then, I see her, a flicker among the shadows, a figure darting through the chaos, eyes wide, filled with fear and defiance. Lyra. Her name is a prayer on my lips, she's woven from starlight and nightmares, the girl who brings warmth to this hellscape. I remember the way she laughed, the way her smile cut through the darkness. But this day? This day she is a warrior too, and I see her raise her sword, her hand steady despite the trembling of her heart that mirrors my own. Get back, she screams, her voice a fire that ignites the chaos around us. But there's no retreat, we are bound by fate, by the river that separates us and the inevitable tide that pulls us into conflict. The air crackles with destiny, and I can feel the weight of her gaze, a tether pulling me toward her, grounding me amidst the storm. I remember her dreams, the way she spoke of a future free from this madness. But dreams die here, at the River Orance, a place where hope drowns beneath the weight of swords. We are lost in a kaleidoscope of anguish and fury, a skirmish that has spiraled into a maelstrom of blood and despair. Then, as if the universe holds its breath, there is a moment, a heartbeat where everything stills, where I can see the truth carved into Lyra's face, the determination that makes her both fragile and fierce. In that instant, we are 1,000 memories colliding, everything we've ever known crashing down into this river of chaos. The fight rushes back, a wave crashing against the shore of our resolve. I stumble forward, the sword heavy in my hand, a burden and a lifeline, as the ghosts of boyhood dreams flit through the shadows. I will fight not just for life, but for the essence of what once was, for laughter and light that still flicker in the darkest corners of our hearts. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine, the look of understanding that passed between us, and as arrows rain down like cursed stars, I know this is not just a fight for survival, it's a testament to who we were and who we aspire to be. The river swells with the weight of our choices, a current of fate pulling us into an uncertain tomorrow, where the echoes of today will resonate for eternity. And as I plunge into the fray, heart racing, I can almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder that this moment is ours. We will fight, we will bleed, and together, we will carve our names into the fabric of this nightmare. The sun hung low, a molten orb of dread bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits over the parched earth. The air was thick, choked with the taste of iron and the distant echo of despair. The ground trembled, not with the march of men but with whispers, haunted murmurs of dreams slipping away, each pulse a reminder of what was at stake. I remember the weight of that moment, cradled in the folds of my heart, the silent screams of my brothers, each face a mirror of my own trepidation. They stood before me, Ahmed, his eyes as dark as the storm clouds gathering above, and Rummy, a wild grin plastered on his face, masking the fear gnawing at his insides. We were all soldiers, bound by duty yet tethered by the fragility of life, staring into a future adorned with uncertainty. The camp was a cacophony of clashing metal and low, guttural roars, the preparation for battle unfurling like a dreadful flower. I could smell the acrid scent of sweat and worry, memories of past skirmishes clung to us like phantoms. Ahmed, ever the optimist, cracked a joke about our rations. I'd trade a loaf for a mirage of a feast. He laughed, but his laughter fell into the abyss, swallowed by the gnashing teeth of anxiety that gnawed at all our hearts. Each breath was a gamble. The wind, a fickle whisper, carried news of troop movements, the kind that sent shivers racing down spines. I watched Rummy pace, his boots scuffing against the dirt, each step a countdown to a confrontation we could not avoid. They're moving east, he finally said, eyes narrowing like a hawk preparing to dive. They're coming for us. I felt the weight of those words seep into my bones, chilling my blood. Do we even stand a chance? My voice trembled, echoing my doubts. Ahmed placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, grounding me in that chaotic moment. What choice do we have? We fight or we fade away. His resolve was a balm, one I clung to desperately, even if I felt like a leaf quaking in a tempest. The officers moved like shadows, their presence a stark reminder of the hierarchy we were shackled to. General Amira was a force of nature, her eyes blazing like twin suns, her commands sharp as the blades we carried. I saw her hesitate, if only for a heartbeat, a flicker of uncertainty behind the fierce exterior. It felt human amidst the chaos. But it was too easy to forget that beneath the armor, she was just as scared as the rest of us. I remember the nights when her quiet sob slipped through the thin walls of the barracks. She fought for us, but who fought for her? As dusk swallowed the camp, my thoughts spiraled into the abyss, memories clawing their way to the surface, the sound of laughter over a shared meal, the warmth of a sister's embrace, the casual banter that had once filled my heart with joy. But now, those moments were ghosts, spectral reminders of what might be lost forever. What if we don't make it through this? I asked Ahmed one night, the stars winking above, indifferent to our plight. Then we become stories, he said, his voice low yet firm, stories that will echo through time, We are the echoes of history, remember? But the shadows were closing in. I could feel the tension twisting through the camp, palpable and electric, like the moment before a storm breaks. I'd catch glimpses of other soldiers, faces etched with fear, hope, and sometimes a reckless bravado that felt more like desperation. In their eyes, I saw the flickering candle of dreams, some extinguished, some barely alight, but all striving against the inevitable darkness. The night before the battle, I dreamt of home. The scent of jasmine in the air, the laughter of children playing by the Nile, my mother's soft lullabies weaving through the fabric of my childhood. For a moment, I was there, free from the shackles of war. But the dream shattered like fragile glass as the dawn broke, a cruel reminder that reality awaited, breathless and hungry. The first clash of steel rang out like thunder, reverberating through our bones. I saw Rummy's face, a mask of determination and fear, charging into the fray, a reckless abandon I both envied and feared. Ahmed followed, the fire in his heart burning bright, his blade slicing through the chaos. I was rooted to the ground, paralyzed by the whirlwind of emotions. Fear clawed at me, but so did the urge to fight, to prove that we were not mere footnotes in history but fierce warriors, fighting against the tides of fate. And yet, in the heat of battle, amidst the chaos and carnage, I felt something shift. The air became charged, each heartbeat echoing the weight of choices. In every clash, in every cry, I understood what it meant to be alive, not merely to exist but to feel the pulse of humanity, to bleed and to hope, to connect through the shared struggle. But then, amidst the chaos, I saw Ahmed fall, his body crumpling like a broken doll. Time stood still, and a deep void opened inside me. I rushed to him, my heart racing, each thud a drumbeat of despair. "No. Stay with me." The words spilled out like a flood, raw and desperate, but he merely smiled through the pain, that familiar warmth fading into an eternal cold. In that moment, the world around me faded. The battle raged on, a cruel reminder of our mortality, but I felt only the weight of loss. Ahmed's laughter, once a melody in my heart, was now a haunting refrain. Rummy was fighting, a fierce tempest, but the shadows of doubt clouded my resolve. I was losing everything, friends, dreams, my very purpose. But the fight continued, relentless and unforgiving. The echoes of our lives intertwined with the dust of history, and I knew we would not go quietly into the night. The Egyptian forces, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and hope, would continue to march, each soldier a story, each story a testament to the unyielding spirit of humanity. In the chaos, we would find our way, our heartbeats would become part of the eternal struggle, a haunting rhythm pulsing against the night as the march of time persisted, relentless and unforgiving. The sun hung low, a fiery orb spilling crimson across the horizon, as if the heavens themselves bled for what was to come. Sweat dripped from the brow of Ramesses, a king, a warrior, yet in that moment, just a man. He could taste the salt of fear on his lips, mingling with the dust stirred up by thousands of restless feet. His heart raced, pounding like a war drum, echoing the chaos of the moment. Today would be etched into the annals of history. Today, they would clash. He scanned the massive expanse before him, an army stretching like a restless ocean. Each face bore the weight of anxiety, brothers, fathers, sons, men who had left their homes, their laughter, their dreams, to stand here, on the precipice of annihilation. And yet, behind their resolute gazes lay a flicker of doubt, a fear so palpable it seemed to hang in the air like the thick dust rising from the ground. Then there was Amos, the young squire, barely a man but already a soldier, clutching his spear with white-knuckled fervor. To him, this battle was not just another conquest, it was the very embodiment of his dreams, of honor, glory, as if the gods themselves had cast him a hero's die. But deep within, a chasm of uncertainty gnawed at him. What if the tales spun by the fire of valor and triumph were nothing but smoke and shadows? He glanced at Ramesses, the king, and saw the flicker of fear mirrored in his own eyes, a reflection of the storm brewing within. "I remember the stories," Amos whispered to himself, his voice barely rising above the hushed murmurs of the gathering. "The gods favor the brave." But that bravery felt like a thin veneer, cracking under the pressure of reality. Would the gods be watching when the blood flowed, when the cries of the dying echoed across the plains? He gripped his spear tighter, praying for strength, for a flicker of courage to chase away the gnawing fright. Today is the day. Ramesses shouted, his voice a thunderclap amidst the murmurs. We fight for our land, our families. Let them remember our names. The roar of his men surged around him, a wave of energy, but it was layered with something darker, an undercurrent of dread, of hesitation. It threatened to drown them all. And there was Mere, a woman of unparalleled strength, standing among the ranks disguised as a man, for the battlefield had no place for the gentle. Her heart beat with the pulse of the earth, anxious and fierce. She had lost so much, her brother claimed by the very violence they now prepared to unleash. She wielded her sword not merely as a weapon, but as an echo of his memory, a promise that his spirit would not fade into the dust of history. I remember the last time the sun shone this brilliantly, she thought, a bitter smile creeping across her lips. The last time our laughter rang out like music. But laughter was a distant memory as they prepared for carnage. The weight of the sword felt heavy, an anchor tethering her to the ground, yet she couldn't help but think of the freedom it represented. In the silence before the storm, she caught a glimpse of hope, a flicker of a world where her brother had lived, a world where they had danced in the sun instead of preparing for war. As the sun dipped lower, shadows crept across the battlefield, stretching like fingers clawing at their resolve. Ramesses felt it, too, the silence, the stillness before the storm, a palpable tension woven into the fabric of the air. He could almost hear the whispers of the departed, those who had fought before him, lingering like ghosts, watching, judging. Do you hear them? He implored, his voice low, barely a whisper. The fallen. They are with us. The soldiers nodded, though doubt flickered in their eyes. They could almost feel the weight of history pressing against their shoulders, the ancestors urging them forward, but also warning them of the price to be paid. Amos took a deep breath, the taste of iron on his tongue. I remember, he repeated it like a mantra, clinging to the echoes of the past. He remembered the joy of running through the fields, the laughter of his mother, the taste of sweet figs at the market. Would he sacrifice those memories for glory? For a story written in blood? And then the first horn sounded, a blast that shattered the stillness like glass, sending shards of fear spiraling into the hearts of every soldier. Ramesses felt the ground shake beneath him, a tremor of fate approaching. The moment had arrived. The walls of his conviction began to crumble, and the weight of leadership pressed down like an iron shroud. The soldiers' faces transformed, fear morphing into resolve. They were ready, or at least willing. It was a strange dance, one of hope mixed with despair, determination mingled with dread. They would fight, against the odds and against their own inner turmoil. They would thrust their swords into the abyss, cry out their defiance into the void. Mere lifted her sword, feeling the coolness of the steel against her palm, a reminder of the life she had left behind. This is for you, brother, she whispered, the words tinged with both sorrow and strength. I fight for you. Her heart raced, not only for herself but for the countless others who would never feel the warmth of the sun again. The second horn sounded, a haunting call echoing through the valleys, a harbinger of chaos. The soldiers surged forward, a tidal wave of fervor, fear transforming into something more primal. Ramesses, Amos, Mere, each caught in the vortex of emotion, drawn together in the frenetic dance of battle. As they collided with the enemy, a cacophony erupted, screams, clashing swords, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Time became a blur, where past and future collided in an endless loop of chaos. Every heartbeat felt like a prayer, every breath a plea for survival, for meaning, for a realm where fear and hope could coexist. The sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the battlefield, a reminder that time was slipping away. In that moment of chaos, they were no longer soldiers but mere souls intertwined, each fighting not just for victory, but for the echoes of their past, for redemption, for love, for life itself. And as the darkness descended, it swallowed their shouts but could not extinguish their fire. The battle had begun, but the story was far from over. The ground trembles beneath the weight of fear and anticipation. I can feel it in my bones, a visceral thrum that syncs with the frantic beating of my heart. Dust swirls around us like specters, ghosts of those who came before, who fell before us, men, women, children, all swallowed by the land that churns and shifts underfoot as if it's alive. The air is thick with the metallic tang of sweat, blood, and the ever-looming scent of death. I remember the sun hanging low in the sky, its fiery embrace casting long shadows that dance like the phantoms of the fallen. Elena! My brother's voice cuts through the din, sharp as a blade. I turn, and there he is, Zara, wild-eyed and trembling, clutching the reins of our horse. The animal's breath comes in frantic bursts, nostrils flaring, sensing the chaos that's about to unfold. I can see the desperation in Zara's gaze, a twin panic mirrored in my own. We have to go. Now. But how can we leave? The cries of the dying fill the air, a cacophony of anguish that pulls at the very marrow of my soul. I can't tear my eyes away from the horizon, where shadows gather like a storm, the unmistakable silhouettes of chariots, their bronze blades glinting in the dying light, a fearsome army pushing ever closer. My heart races, each beat resonating with the knowledge that these chariots, these harbingers of destruction, are not just vehicles of war, they carry with them the weight of our choices, our past. I remember the stories our mother told us as children, of bravery and betrayal, of love lost and found amid the chaos of battle. Stories that felt alive, vibrant, but now they fade into the background, drowned by the impending doom that rolls like thunder through the valley. They're coming! Zara shouts, the urgency in his voice snapping me back to the here and now. In the fray, I catch sight of Cain, a warrior of our tribe, his face etched with resolve, but underneath, I see the flicker of fear of failure, of losing everything. He wields his spear like an extension of himself, but I can see it trembling, just a fraction, a whisper of doubt. Cain! I call, my voice a thread woven into the fabric of chaos. What do we do? He meets my gaze, and for a moment, time slows. The world beyond us fades, it's just us, two souls connected by fate, by love, by the terror that grips us. We fight, he says, each word a stone thrown into the abyss of uncertainty. We fight for our home, for our families. But I can hear the unspoken words beneath. What if we lose? What if this is the end? I feel the heat of tears prick at the corners of my eyes, and I blink them away, refusing to surrender to despair. The chariots draw closer, their wheels grinding against the earth, and with each turn of the wheel, I can almost hear the echoes of those who fell in battles long forgotten, their lives snuffed out by the very chaos we now face. I remember laughing with Zara beneath the stars, the night sky stretching infinitely above us, a blanket of dreams unfulfilled. One day, he had said, we'll leave this place. We'll see the world and find our own stories. But those dreams feel like a distant memory, crumbling like the ruins of our ancestors. The world is no longer a canvas of boundless possibilities, it's a battleground. The first chariot breaks through the line, a monstrous beast tearing through the dust, the roar of hooves and the shriek of metal piercing the air like a dagger. I feel my insides twist, this is the moment when everything shatters. I look to Cain, whose expression is now a mask of grim determination. There's something beautiful in his resolve, a flicker of strength that I cling to like a lifeline. Stand with me, he calls, rallying our people, his voice a clarion call that cuts through the fear. We stand together, or we fall alone. The words hang in the air, a bitter promise that ignites a fire within me. I can't allow fear to define me, I have to fight not just for my brother, not just for Cain, but for every heartbeat that echoes in this land. Zara and I move instinctively together, side by side, our hearts synchronized like the rhythm of war drums. We're drawn toward the chaos, adrenaline surging through our veins, propelling us forward into the fray. I remember the warmth of his hand clasping mine, the steadfast grip that says we're in this together. The chariots roar past, and the sound reverberates in my chest, a heartbeat of destruction. The first clash of metal against metal rings out, sharp and jarring, like the thunder of a storm. I can feel the vibrations in my very core, a reminder of the fragility of life. Will this be the last fight? Will we become just another footnote in the annals of history, forgotten like so many before us? But in that moment of chaos, I see hope. I see Cain, his spear slicing through the air, striking true. I see Zara, his determination burning brighter than the fire of the chariots. Together, we become a force, a living testament to the power of unity against insurmountable odds. And then, amid the clash and the cries, I catch a glimpse of the horizon beyond the chaos, where the sun sinks lower, painting the sky with colors of blood and fire. It is a moment of beauty, fleeting and raw, a reminder that even as darkness descends, there exists a flicker of light. Time stretches and warps, every second heavy with the weight of our choices. The ground shakes, but so does the resolve in our hearts. As the chariots surge forward, a tide of destruction, we stand firm, bound by an unbreakable thread of love and courage. This is not the end, it's a beginning, a clash of fate and choice, where the past and present collide, and every heartbeat is a testament to our resilience. The charge of the Egyptian chariots may be upon us, but so too is the spirit of those who refuse to be silenced, who fight not just for victory but for the very essence of what it means to be alive. And in that fight, we will carve our names into the fabric of eternity, shadows against the dying light, never to be forgotten. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and blood, a vivid reminder of mortality clinging desperately to the edges of each soldier's breath. I remember the clatter of metal against metal, a symphony of chaos that pierced the night. The moon hung low, a silent witness to the turmoil below, casting ghostly shadows that danced wickedly upon the crumbling stones of the battlefield. I stood there, heart pounding, watching as chaos unfolded in a cruel game of fate, my brother, Orin, leading the charge, his face twisted with fierce determination, yet laced with fear. In that same breath, I could feel the weight of my own inadequacies pressing heavily upon my chest. I was not a warrior, I was a scholar. A man of words, not swords. But in this moment, when the Egyptian forces surged like a tidal wave, intent on drowning us in their fury, I found myself ensnared in an inescapable web of conflict. The echoes of the past whispered through my mind, weaving memories that both haunted and propelled me forward. I remember the day Orin had smiled at me, that mischievous twinkle in his eye, the very same day he declared himself a soldier and I, the historian, two paths diverging in the cacophony of life. Move, Tarek! We cannot hold them back. Orin's voice sliced through the haze, raw and urgent. I could see the fire in his eyes, it mirrored the flames consuming the horizon. My heart thudded in sympathy and terror. I had to act. I had to fight. But how does a man with ink-stained fingers grasp a sword without feeling the weight of impending doom? Around us, the Hittite lines crackled with tension, fear boiling beneath the surface, rising like smoke from the pyres of the fallen. The Egyptians, relentless shadows against the blinding light of our desperation, pressed forward with an intensity that felt almost predatory. I remember the sound of their war cries, how they reverberated like a death knell in my ears, a harbinger of the grief that awaited. I could feel the trembling ground as if the earth itself mourned the inevitability of it all. A sudden roar burst forth from the left flank. Soldiers cried out, their voices melding into an anguished choir. I saw a figure, a young man, barely more than a boy, fall to the ground, his dream of glory snuffed out like a candle in a storm. In that instant, I understood, this was no mere battle, it was a reckoning. I had to choose, and choosing meant risking everything. Fight, Tarek! Orin's voice again, rising above the tumult, an anchor in the maelstrom. You can't just stand there. How fragile the bond between us felt, stretched tight like the strings of a lute before it shatters, and yet, how fierce the love that propelled it. I could not let him face this alone. As I grasped the hilt of the sword, it felt foreign, almost mocking in its weight. The blade sang a discordant melody, a lover's lament for the man I was, the scholar swallowed by the warrior. But I could not linger. With every heartbeat, the enemy surged, relentless and unyielding, and I stepped forward. I could feel the eyes of the past watching, my father, my ancestors, ghostly figures in the shadows, their expectations drumming in my ears. Fight, they echoed, and I willed myself to heed their ghostly call. I staggered into the fray beside Orin, a mismatched pair in the face of an unrelenting tide. The clashing of swords was a visceral symphony of survival, and in my chaotic dance with death, I caught glimpses of desperation and resolve etched into the faces of my comrades. I felt the heat of battle, an unforgiving embrace, forcing me to confront the rawness of my soul. I had waited too long, hidden behind the veil of knowledge, but now it was too late. I was here, breathing, living, fighting for every heartbeat. Push them back, shouted our captain, a Titan amidst the tumult. The ground shook as Hittite and Egyptian clashed, and I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my lips. I remember the boy, he had been a friend. I thought of his dreams, the laughter we shared, now silenced forever in the wake of this carnage. A primal scream erupted from deep within me, shattering the calm veneer of my scholarly existence, urging me to join the chaos, to fight for those who no longer could. Every swing of my sword felt like a confession, every strike a release of the pent-up fears and longings I had buried beneath the weight of ink and parchment. I fought not as a warrior, but as a brother, as a man who had loved and lost. In that moment, I became both the protector and the haunted, an echo of every battle ever fought, every tear ever shed. I fought for Orin, for the boy whose laughter was snuffed out, for the dreams that lay scattered like leaves upon the battlefield. Then, amidst the turmoil, the world narrowed to a singular moment, a pair of eyes, piercing and full of hatred, meeting mine across the chaos. An Egyptian warrior, fierce as the desert sun, charged toward me, and time stretched thin, a taut string ready to snap. I saw the glint of his blade and felt the pull of fate. I would not die here. Not today. I gathered every ounce of my strength, every whispered prayer, and I lunged forward, our worlds colliding with a force that shook the heavens. In that instant, I became more than just a man. I became a storm, a tempest of fury and fear, of love and loss, all tangled together in a dance of survival. I cried out, not just for myself but for all the souls caught in this brutal ballet. And as our weapons clashed, I tasted the ashes of our shared history, the ghosts of our ancestors swirling around us in a furious embrace. Time fractured, splintered into shards of memory and emotion, and as the battle raged on, I could feel the echoes of life and death entwined, a cycle unbroken, relentless, cruel, and yet beautiful in its raw honesty. I knew this moment would haunt my dreams, shape my existence, and I welcomed it. I became a part of something larger than myself, a tapestry woven from the threads of our lives, each color vibrant and alive, each heartbeat echoing in the stillness that would follow. In the heart of the storm, amid the chaos and despair, I fought to hold on to the fleeting glimmers of hope that flickered like fireflies in the dark. And as the clash of steel raged around me, I knew the battle was far from over. The Hittite tactics were unfolding, but the true war lay not only in the field but within the very souls of those who dared to dream, fight, and love amidst the shadows. The battlefield trembles, the air thick with the scent of dust and dread. In the distance, the harsh clang of metal on metal mingles with the cries of warriors, their hearts racing in rhythm with the pounding hooves of the chariots. A shiver crawls down my spine, it's a premonition, a fleeting whisper of fate. I can feel their breath against my skin, the ghosts of men who rode before me, their souls intertwined with this churning chaos. And there, amidst the swirling dust, stands Kale. His face, a mask of determination, but inside, a tempest brews. He's not just a warrior, he's a brother, a son, a man wrestling with the weight of expectation. Each beat of his heart echoes the mission drilled into him since childhood, to fight, to survive, to lead. But what of the price? What of the blood that will stain the wheels of his chariot? Each roll of the wheel is not just a movement forward, it's a promise to those he loves and a betrayal to those he leaves behind. I remember the first time Kale and I rode together. The sun was just a sliver in the sky, painting the world in hues of hope. We raced across fields, laughter spilling from our lips like wildflowers. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the chariots became symbols of both glory and despair. Today, those same wheels will crush the dreams of men, turning laughter into cries of agony, and joy into a haunting echo. Then there's Lyra, fierce and formidable. She's not one for delicate hands, her fingers are calloused, worn down from gripping the reins, guiding the beasts of war as they thunder across the plains. In her heart, the fires of passion burn hot, passion for her people, for justice, and for Kale. But oh, the conflict! The bitter taste of love overshadowed by the spectre of loss. What if he falls, she thinks, the thought piercing like an arrow. Each time her chariot lurches forward, she feels the weight of that question, the dread swimming in her veins. I remember her laughter, so infectious, so alive. But now, it is a distant echo, muffled by the roar of chariot wheels and the stench of blood. Lyra! Keep your focus! I want to shout, but the words choke in my throat. I can see her resolve faltering, a storm swirling behind her eyes. She's torn between the fervor of battle and the fear of losing him. The sun begins its slow descent, casting long shadows that stretch across the battlefield like fingers reaching for lost souls. The chariots line up, gleaming death on wheels, crafted from the bones of fallen ancestors, the very essence of life turned into instruments of war. I feel their presence, a cacophony of whispers, stories of betrayal, loyalty, and fear woven into the very fibers of the wood and leather. Suddenly, a horn blares, a gut-wrenching sound that slices through the air. It's a call to arms, a cry that stirs something primal within me. Kale grips the reins tightly as the chariot lurches forward, the world blurring into a storm of color and sound. I can feel the adrenaline pulsing through him, the intoxicating rush of impending battle. But along with it comes the dread, the knowledge that each second could be his last. Faster, he shouts, but the words feel hollow as they leave his lips. The ground beneath them shakes, and I can almost feel the tremors in my own bones. Each jolt is a reminder of mortality, of the line between life and death, of glory and despair. Lyra's chariot trails just behind them, the tension palpable. She's a warrior, a storm of fury, but today she rides not just for herself but for Kale, for the love that binds them, a tether that holds her steady amidst the chaos. I will not let him fall, she whispers fiercely, but the words are swallowed by the roar of warriors. As they charge into the fray, I see the first clash, the violent meeting of steel against steel, the piercing screams of men caught in the throes of despair. It's a visceral symphony of chaos, the grinding of chariot wheels, the clashing of swords, the agonized cries of the fallen. The air is thick with blood and sweat, and it wraps around me like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. Kale's eyes blaze with a mix of fear and fury as they collide with the enemy. In that moment, he becomes a beast, a creature of instinct, driven by the primal urge to survive and protect. I can see Lyra's chariot darting through the chaos, a flash of determination amidst a sea of despair. But every moment is a precarious balance on the edge of a knife, one wrong move, one slip of the reins, and the abyss yawns below them. Keep your eyes open. Lyra shouts, her voice like a beacon in the storm. But the tide is turning, and I can feel the air crackling with uncertainty. The clash of metal intensifies, each strike a desperate plea for survival. The ground is soaked with the remnants of humanity, dreams lost, lives extinguished, all swallowed by the relentless hunger of war. I remember the stars, how they once felt so close, how they whispered promises of a future beyond war, beyond the crushing weight of fate. Now they seem distant, obscured by smoke and sorrow. In this moment, time becomes fluid, seconds stretch into eternities, each heartbeat a reminder of what hangs in the balance. Kale's chariot lurches, the wheels sinking into the muck of spilled blood and broken dreams. I hold my breath, a gut-wrenching sense of foreboding gripping me. Not like this, I think, as hope flutters like a wounded bird in my chest. Each second feels like an eternity, the world narrowing to the singular point of desperation. Then, like a nightmare made flesh, a massive enemy chariot looms before Kale, its driver a grim spectre of death. Time slows, and I can see the glint of steel, a cruel smile painted across his face. This is the moment, the confrontation they all dread yet crave. Kale's heart pounds, a drumbeat of destiny echoing in his ears. Will he rise? Will he fall? The answer hangs in the air, palpable and electric, as Lyra's fierce gaze meets his. They are warriors, yes, but they are also lovers bound by a fate written in blood and glory. The chariot wheels creak, the world spins, and in this sacred chaos, every heart beats as one, teetering on the edge of eternity. And just like that, we are thrust into the abyss, spiraling into the unknown where dreams and nightmares dance side by side, where the past intertwines with the present, and the chariots of war remind us all of the price of humanity. Every heartbeat, every breath, every whispered prayer becomes a part of this haunting tableau, a visceral reminder that love and war are forever entwined in a symphony of chaos and longing. A shadow flickers across a moonlit battlefield, the air thick with the metallic taste of blood and betrayal. Night drapes the world in a shroud of silence, but it's an ominous quiet, the calm before a storm that crackles with anticipation. I remember the shiver that raced down my spine, a premonition that something sinister lurked just beyond the flickering torches. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, sweat trickling down my brow, clutching my sword like it was the last tether to sanity. In the distance, I could see them, the Hittites, dark silhouettes against the deep indigo of the sky. Their laughter, crude and mocking, sent a chill through my veins. I had once thought of them as mere stories whispered around flickering fires. Now they were flesh and blood, twisted grins beneath the stars. I remember the clash of metal, the sharp cry of a soldier struck down. Each sound felt like a dagger twisting in my gut, my heart racing ahead, demanding to flee, yet my feet remained glued to the ground, paralyzed by fear and an overwhelming sense of duty. Is this how it ends, Lysander? The voice broke through the thick tension, as piercing as a blade. It was Ilara, her eyes ablaze with a fire that belied her trembling hands. I wanted to reach out, to pull her close, to tell her that everything would be all right, but the words died in my throat. I remember the way she looked at me, desperation mingled with fierce determination, and I saw in her gaze a reflection of my own terror. "We can't let them win," I said, but even my voice felt hollow, an echo of the bravery I wished I possessed. The truth clawed at my insides. I was terrified, not just for myself but for her, for the dreams we shared that now hung by a thread, swaying dangerously in the wind of chaos. The night erupted into a cacophony of screams, a chorus of agony that overshadowed the distant boom of thunder. I remember the chaos turning the air into a suffocating fog, where each breath tasted of ash and despair. It felt too late to change anything, too late to escape. The Hittites had us cornered, their numbers overwhelming, like an endless tide of shadows crashing against our fragile defenses. "Lysander!" Ilara shouted, her voice slicing through the din. My eyes locked onto hers, a lifeline in the swirling storm. In that moment, I saw who she truly was, a warrior forged in the fires of our shared history, strong enough to challenge fate itself. But even the strongest flame can be extinguished with a cruel gust of wind. Time twisted around us, relentless and cruel. I could feel it slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. And then, I remembered my father's stories, tales of heroes who faced insurmountable odds, and I thought, what would he say? The memories gnawed at me, fragments of a life before war, before death became a constant companion. Together, I whispered, the promise hanging heavy in the air, a fragile thread binding us in the midst of chaos. But what did together even mean now? Would it be enough? Would it keep us alive? The question curled around my heart, tightening like a noose. Ilara nodded, determination flickering in her eyes. Together, she echoed, gripping my arm as if she could read the terror etched in my soul. I remember the warmth of her touch, a brief moment of solace in the midst of madness. But that fleeting comfort faded as the Hittite war cries pierced the night like jagged shards of glass. And then they came, a wave of fury, a tempest of death. I swung my sword as if it could cut through despair, but I felt it slip from my grasp, hopelessly entangled in the blood-soaked earth. My pulse quickened, panic clawing at my insides, the world spinning in a dizzying blur. "Lysander!" Ilara cried, her voice rising above the chaos, a beacon of hope in the darkest hour. I turned just in time to see her lunge forward, her dagger gleaming ominously in the moonlight. I remembered the way she fought, fierce and unyielding, but in that moment, I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes. I had never loved her more than I did right then, with the odds stacked against us, with our breaths mingling in the cold night air, our souls stitched together in a desperate dance of survival. But fate is a cruel mistress, and as the first Hittite fell, I felt the ground shift beneath us. A shout of triumph erupted from their ranks, and in that instant, I was reminded of the fragility of life. I saw the glint of steel aimed at Ilara and the world slowed, the air thickening, heavy with the weight of inevitability. "No!" I screamed, lunging forward, but time had other plans. The blade struck true, and as she stumbled, the earth beneath me felt like quicksand, pulling me down into a chasm of despair. "Lysander!" The sound of her voice shattered the night, a haunting echo that would haunt me forever. I remember the moment stretching into eternity, the colors of the world bleeding into one another, and then darkness encroaching. I reached for her, fingers grasping at nothing, but the void consumed us both, a cruel reminder of our relentless struggle against fate. As her laughter faded into the night, I felt the universe shift, a turning point etched into the fabric of time, an ambush not just of soldiers, but of dreams and love, lost beneath the unforgiving stars. And I stood there, a ghost in my own life, forever haunted by that moment, the tension coiling like a serpent ready to strike again and again. The air crackles, heavy with the scent of sweat and iron, as shadows dance before the furious blaze of the sun. In the distance, the thunderous roar of galloping hoofs reverberates through the bone-dry dust of the battlefield. I stand there, heart racing, an echo of a drum deep within my chest, a pulse that matches the chaos surrounding me. Above, the sky stretches vast and indifferent, the clouds a mere whisper against the unforgiving glare of the sun. Time seems to twist and stretch, as if the very cosmos holds its breath. Ramses II, the pharaoh, my pharaoh, stands at the front lines like a raging storm. His figure looms larger than life, a tempest of authority and fearlessness, gripping his spear with hands that have known the weight of crowns and the burden of destiny. His eyes are alight with fury, piercing through the haze of war. He is both god and man, a titan forged in the fires of ambition, yet beneath that armor, I sense the tremor of doubt. I remember the moment he looked at me, a flicker of vulnerability just before he charged into the fray. It was gone before I could reach for it, swallowed by the storm of his resolve. And there is Aset, my sister, a fierce heart wrapped in delicate skin. She stands beside me, her breath quickening, each exhale a silent prayer, a desperate plea for safety that hangs heavy in the air. Her spirit is a wildfire, igniting in the face of adversity, yet I see her hands tremble, fingers curling as if they could grasp onto something solid amid the chaos. She is not just my sister, she is my anchor, the tether that keeps me from drifting into the abyss of despair. We have to fight. We can't let them take what is ours, she screams, her voice cutting through the cacophony like a knife. I wish I could echo her strength, but my heart is a weight in my chest, a stone pulling me deeper into the abyss of fear. The battle explodes around us like a firework gone awry, a spray of blood and screams. I remember the first time I witnessed the raw brutality of war. A moment frozen in time, the shock of life and death intertwined, the clash of metal and flesh. I remember the shadow of a man falling, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if time had betrayed him in that final heartbeat. The vivid colors of life bleed into one another, blood staining the earth, dust swirling in the air, a grotesque canvas of human ambition turned to ash. Ramses charges forward, a lion amongst sheep, his voice a roar that commands the very heavens. For Egypt, he bellows, the words igniting something primal in the hearts of the soldiers. They surge forward, a wave of humanity driven by the promise of glory. I watch him move with a grace that belies the chaos, a dance between life and death, a ballet of brutality. Yet, each swing of his sword feels like a stab to my heart, because with every enemy fallen, a piece of him is lost, and I wonder if he knows it. The soldiers rally, a torrent of bodies crashing against the enemy lines. I feel the ground tremble beneath me, the vibrations crawling up my spine, a visceral reminder of our mortality. In this moment, the battlefield morphs into a theater of the absurd. Men are reduced to shadows of their former selves, their screams echoing like the laughter of ghosts. The irony smirks at me, each man a lover of life, now entwined in the macabre dance of death. I feel Aset's grip tighten on my arm, her fear palpable, a living thing. We must go, she urges, her eyes wide with unshed tears. Yet something holds me rooted, a magnetic pull to the chaos, an absurd fascination with the fragility of existence. I remember my folly, standing on the precipice of something so grand, so terrifying, and yet here I am, paralyzed by the weight of choice. My heart thrums in my ears, a battle cry of my own, drowning out her pleas. Then, in the midst of the frenzy, I catch a glimpse of something glistening in the dirt, a fallen enemy's helmet, half buried, the sun reflecting off the metal like a cruel joke. In that moment, it becomes a mirror, and I see not just the face of war but the reflection of my own fears. I remember the dreams of glory, the whispers of destiny that guided us here. Yet now, I confront the hollow ache of what that glory costs. To win a kingdom, how many souls must be sacrificed? How many dreams crushed under the weight of ambition? Ramses is a force, a whirlwind of power, but even he is not invincible. A momentary hesitation, a miscalculated step, and suddenly there's a flash, a spear aimed with deadly accuracy, soaring through the air like a serpentine whisper. My breath catches, the world slows to a haunting crawl. I see it all unfold, the horror and beauty of mortality intertwined. Aset screams, the sound piercing through the din, and I feel the world shatter around me. Time loses meaning. The battlefield becomes a surreal tapestry of colors and sounds, woven with the threads of fate. I remember every heartbeat, every fragment of sound as Ramses moves to intercept, his body a shield against the chaos. The spear strikes true, and I can't breathe. A gasp escapes me, heavy with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. I grasp at Aset's hand, our fingers entwined, a lifeline amidst the sea of despair. The air is thick with the scent of earth and iron, the cries of the wounded intertwining with the laughter of the victorious. As Ramses falls, it feels like time stands still. The echoes of his command ripple through me, a chilling reminder that the weight of a kingdom rests uneasily on the shoulders of a single soul. A wave of emotion crashes over me, fear, heartbreak, a longing for a world where glory doesn't come at such a harrowing price. And yet, even in this moment of despair, I sense a flicker of something deeper. The struggle for identity, the questions of loyalty and love, all swirling in the chaos. I know that this is not the end, it is merely a continuation of the story, a thread woven into the fabric of time. The battlefield stretches out like an infinite sea, the horizon obscured by smoke and confusion, the fight far from over. We are all caught in its currents, pushed and pulled by the tides of fate, and I cannot help but wonder what awaits us in the shadows yet to come. A chilling wind howled across the jagged peaks, slicing through the remnants of an afternoon sun that dared to linger too long. The rocks, slick with the blood of past battles, bore silent witness to the turmoil that had long since become embedded in their crevices, a history marked by despair and fleeting victories. I stood there, my heart racing, as the scent of damp earth clung to my lungs. It was the kind of moment that wraps around you, whispering secrets of fate and ruin. I could nearly hear the ghosts of warriors past, their spirits mingling with the cold air, dragging me into the eye of a storm that threatened to consume us all. "Hold the line!" Elias bellowed, voice hoarse with adrenaline and fear. He was tall, a tower of determination, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt, a question lurking just beneath the surface, begging for answers. He was a soldier, yes, but also a man haunted by the memories of his younger brother, lost to the very terrain we now fought upon. I could see the flash of that loss in his eyes with every command he shouted, his resolve teetering on the edge of despair. The battlefield sprawled before us like an unforgiving canvas, painted with shades of despair and fury. Hills rose and fell like the depths of a manic heartbeat, each elevation a trap, each valley a tomb waiting to be filled. I glanced at Mara, who stood by Elias, her gaze locked onto the enemy like a hawk preparing to strike. The shadows danced across her face, revealing the lines of a warrior forged by grief. She had lost her children to the plague, buried them beneath the very soil we fought to protect. Every breath she took felt heavy, laden with the ghosts of her past, the cries of her lost ones echoing in the silence that enveloped us. "Elias, the wind, it's shifting," she warned, her voice almost a whisper. I could feel it too, that unease, as if nature itself was holding its breath, preparing to unleash chaos. A shudder ran down my spine, the ground beneath our feet felt like a living entity, shifting with a consciousness of its own. "Keep your focus!" Elias snapped, but his voice cracked like brittle bone. The tension was palpable, a razor-thin line stretched across our fates. I remembered the stories of old, the battles fought not just on the field but against the very land itself. The terrain was a treacherous ally, a fickle mistress that could turn the tide of battle with a mere whisper. Hills could offer a vantage point, but they could also conceal death. Valleys could cradle the weary, but they were also graves waiting to happen. I watched as the enemy surged forth, a wave of steel and fury crashing against our resolve. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, a symphony of chaos that threatened to drown us all. My heart pounded in rhythm with the clash, each strike a reminder of what was at stake. I glanced at Mara, her sword raised, glinting with the promise of vengeance and despair intertwined. She was fighting not just for victory but for the memory of those she had lost, her children, her joy, her very essence. "Push forward!" Elias shouted again, but the battle was a tempest, an out-of-control beast that threatened to swallow us whole. I could feel the ground shifting beneath our feet, stones rolling like errant thoughts. Memories raced through my mind, flashes of laughter lost to the shadows, of children playing in a meadow that now lay choked beneath the weight of war. The terrain was a cruel reminder of what we had sacrificed, twisted and torn by the very conflict we faced. With every clash, every cry, the weight of loss pressed in, suffocating and relentless. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I parried an enemy's blow, a wild swing that barely missed my temple. The battlefield became a dance, a horrifying ballet of fate and chaos where each movement could spell doom. My pulse quickened, each beat a reminder of the stakes. I remembered the old tales of warriors who became one with the land, of their spirits entwined with the very soil that cradled their bones. I wondered if Elias and Mara felt it too, the call of the land that both sustained and betrayed us. "Hold the line!" Elias's voice cut through the din, a desperate plea that echoed in the recesses of my mind. I saw fear in his eyes, mingling with hope, a flicker of light amidst the darkness. But the ground trembled, an ominous rumble as if the mountains themselves were groaning under the weight of our collective sorrow. And then, the earth exploded in chaos, the terrain we had trusted turned against us. A massive boulder dislodged, tumbling down the hill, crushing everything in its path. "Run!" I screamed, my voice a raw ember amid the firestorm. Panic surged like an electric current, and I didn't look back. I felt the rush of adrenaline as I sprinted, heart pounding, every breath a struggle against the cacophony of despair. Elias was there, and Mara, fighting against the tide of chaos, their resolve flickered like a dying flame in the winds of conflict. And just like that, in the midst of the chaos, I remembered, the battle was not simply against one another, but against the land that held our fate in its unforgiving grip. The terrain bore witness to our struggles, its scars mirrored our own. The earth would claim its due, and we would either rise from its embrace or become one with its shadows. The battlefield twisted around me, a living nightmare, but I fought through the dread, fueled by the memories of what we still had to lose. The cries of my comrades mingled with the eerie silence that followed, an unholy symphony of war and fate. The terrain, a treacherous ally, became our adversary, and in its shifting chaos, we were reminded that the ghosts of our past were never truly gone. They lingered, watching, waiting, and I could almost hear them whispering through the rustling leaves, urging us onward, for this fight was not just for survival, it was for remembrance, for redemption, for the souls we carried within our hearts. In that moment, I understood the truth. The land beneath our feet was a living testament to our struggles, and as long as we fought, as long as we breathed, the battle would never truly end. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a death knell in the silent streets. Shadows stretched across cracked pavements, cloaking secrets in their embrace. I stood there, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire. The air was thick with an unspoken dread, the kind that made every breath feel like an act of rebellion against the impending doom. I could sense it creeping closer, the palpable fear gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I remember the faces of those I loved, haunted, drawn tight with anxiety. I remember Elena, her wide eyes glistening with unshed tears, a soldier trapped in a war of her own making. She was fierce, a lioness in a den of sheep, clutching a tattered photograph of her brother, lost to the chaos. "They use fear like a weapon," she had whispered, voice trembling as if the words themselves were an incantation. "And it works." I could see her struggle, the weight of her memories pressing down, a storm brewing beneath her stoic facade. Then there was Marcus, the skeptic, the cynic. He wore sarcasm like armor, deflecting the chaos around him with a sharp tongue and a bitter smile. "What do you think they'll do to us?" "Serve us tea and crumpets," he scoffed, but I could see the cracks in his bravado. We had all read the reports, the whispers of terror that slithered through the alleys like a ghost. Each night, new tales emerged, chilling accounts of the morale shattering under the weight of fear. We were a city on the brink, each of us soldiers, silently fighting our own battles. There we stood, three souls entangled in a web of uncertainty, the haunting specter of mistrust looming over us. I felt the pulse of our collective anxiety, an electric current that connected us, binding our fates together. "It's not just about survival," Elena said, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet it echoed through the darkness. It's about keeping our humanity. I remember the first time fear invaded our small community. It seeped in slowly, like fog rolling over the hills, muffling laughter and hope. The news blared from car radios, each report a dagger driven deeper into our hearts. Some began to disappear, friends turning into whispers, leaving nothing but a lingering chill. What if it's true? I had asked Marcus, my voice breaking. What if they're watching us? He shrugged, but I knew he felt it too, the gnawing anxiety that settled like a heavy stone in our chests. Night after night, we gathered in the flickering light of a candle, shadows dancing on the walls like phantoms. "We're losing ourselves," Elena said, her fists clenched, trembling with anger and fear. "We can't let them take us." But what did that even mean? How do you fight an enemy you can't see? It was a war of attrition, a battle fought not with bullets but with whispers in the dark. The enemy was fear itself, a monstrous entity that thrived on doubt and despair. Each time we heard a siren, our hearts would race, our breath hitching in our throats. We were prisoners in our own minds, the walls closing in tighter, suffocating our spirits. I remember the night we decided to confront our fear, to face it head-on. It was a reckless choice, a wild flame of defiance igniting in the pit of my stomach. "We can't let them break us," I declared, my voice shaky yet resolute. Marcus nodded, though I could see the uncertainty flicker in his eyes. Elena's determination shone brighter than any star, even as the shadows loomed. "Let's find them," she said, her heart pounding as fiercely as mine. "Let's show them we're not afraid." The streets were alive with tension, every creak and whisper amplifying our dread. We ventured deeper into the city, where the fear clung to the air like smoke. I felt the weight of history wrap around us. This wasn't just our battle, it was a part of something much larger, a cosmic struggle against oppression and despair. I remember the moment we stumbled upon a gathering, a group huddled in defiance, their voices a chorus of solidarity. "They want us divided," someone shouted, flames flickering in their eyes. "But together, we are unbreakable." I felt a surge of hope wash over me, a balm for the soul. But as I looked into the faces surrounding me, I saw the ghosts of those we had lost, one empty seat at the table, another name whispered into the void. And just like that, the reality of our situation crashed down like a tidal wave. Fear was a power greater than we could imagine, a beast lurking just beyond our sight. "They thrive on our suffering," I murmured, my words swallowed by the night. "They want us to cower in the shadows." But we couldn't afford to let fear snuff out our light. I remember Elena gripping my hand, knuckles white, a silent vow exchanged between us. We wouldn't go down without a fight. And in that moment, I realized that the true battle was within us, against the gnawing doubt, the whispers of hopelessness that echoed in our heads. As we turned to face the darkness, I felt a surge of determination, a flicker of resolve igniting in the pit of my stomach. We would rise together, stronger than our fears, defiant against the shadows. The clock kept ticking, each second a reminder that time was not our enemy. It was our ally, a countdown to the confrontation we could not avoid. But as the shadows deepened and the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible loomed just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with tension, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before us, echoing through the ages, a reminder that fear can be both a weapon and a shield, a double-edged sword that cuts the soul. We were not just fighting for our lives, we were fighting for our very essence, our humanity hanging by a thread. I remember thinking, as we stood on the precipice of confrontation, that fear and hope were two sides of the same coin, spinning wildly, ungraspable yet so profoundly real. The night pulsed with life, with loss, with promise. We were not alone, and as the shadows danced around us, I could finally feel the weight of our shared resolve. The silence was deafening, the anticipation thick enough to slice through. And yet, in that moment, standing on the edge of chaos, I felt something shift, a fragile thread of connection weaving us all together. We were ready to face whatever lay ahead, our hearts beating as one, defiant against the darkness that threatened to consume us. The fight was just beginning, and we would not let fear win. The air is thick with the scent of smoke and blood, a visceral reminder of what's at stake. Thunder rumbles overhead, but it's not the storm that chills me, it's the desperate cries of men, a symphony of anguish and valor that pierces through the chaos. I stand, frozen, the weight of my sword heavy in my trembling hand. My heart is a wild drum, echoing the frantic rhythm of battle, and in this moment, I can taste the metallic tang of fear. It's a call to arms, but it feels more like a funeral march. I remember the night before, the laughter echoing in the dim candlelight, when we believed ourselves invincible, untouched by the horrors that swirled just beyond the horizon. I was with Eloan then, her laughter like a balm, soothing the shadows lurking at the edges of my mind. But now, the laughter is a ghost, haunting me as I grip my sword tighter, my fingers slick with sweat. Where is she? Is she safe, or has the darkness claimed her already? My heart sinks at the thought, a black pit opening within me, a gnawing terror that threatens to swallow me whole. As the battle unfolds, I catch sight of Harold, my childhood friend, charging ahead, his battle cry a roar, primal scream that cuts through the air. He's always been reckless, diving headfirst into danger as if it were a game. But this is no game. This is life and death, a kaleidoscope of fury and despair. I remember the day we first wielded wooden swords, our laughter mingling with the sun-drenched air, two boys dreaming of glory. Now, he's lost, a wild-eyed warrior battling shadows both within and outside. I want to call out to him, to save him, but the weight of my own fears binds me, paralyzing my voice. The clash of steel rings out like thunder, reverberating through my bones. I can almost see the ghosts of our past, swirling in the chaos, a memory of youthful innocence now stained with the brutality of war. I think of Eloan again, of the way her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased me about my dreams of heroism. "You'll always be the fool with a sword," she'd say, laughter lighting up her face. But I am no fool, I am a man, and I will protect what I hold dear, even if it costs me everything. Suddenly, a figure looms near, cloaked in shadows, an enemy charging forward. Time slows as I draw my sword. It's a dance of life and death, a moment stretched into eternity. I remember every heartbeat, every breath. I swing, and the blade connects with flesh. It's a sickening sound, a visceral reminder of my own humanity slipping away. In his eyes, I see a flicker of fear, a reflection of my own. In that instant, I realize we are but two souls caught in the same tempest, each driven by a desperation that claws at our hearts. Behind me, Harold is shouting, his voice a beacon amid the storm. "We can't let them break through." But his words feel like a warning, a desperate plea that stirs something primal within me. I can't lose him, I can't lose anyone else. But as I glance back, I see the glint of steel, the sharp flash of betrayal, soldiers turning against one another, friends becoming foes in the blink of an eye. The chaos is relentless, a maelstrom that swallows reason whole. I stumble, my footing uncertain as the ground shakes beneath me. The battlefield becomes a living entity, a breathing thing soaked in despair. I think of the villagers, the innocents caught in the crossfire. I remember their faces, their dreams, so easily snuffed out by the cruelty of war. There is no glory here, only the raw, aching heartache of lives ripped apart. I feel the weight of my sword pressing down, a burden I'm not sure I can bear. The storm above rages on, as if the heavens themselves weep for the fallen. The cries of the wounded mingle with the clash of weapons, a cacophony that echoes in my mind. I see Eloan's face, her smile like a sunbeam breaking through the storm clouds, and then the vision flickers, her face twisting into a scream as shadows close in around her. My breath quickens, I can't let this be the end. I can't let the darkness claim her. With renewed purpose, I surge forward, cutting through the chaos, my sword a beacon of defiance. I'm a whirlwind of fury, each strike fueled by the love I have for her, for Harold, for all that is good and pure. I fight not for glory but for the flickering hope that still glimmers in the depths of my soul. I see Harold again, his back against the wall, fighting to hold the line, a lion cornered but unyielding. I'm drawn to him, to the fire that burns in his eyes, the fierce loyalty that binds us. But the tide shifts. A shadow darts past me, a glimmer of movement that pulls my gaze. I catch a glimpse of betrayal as one of our own turns, a familiar face twisted in rage, a former comrade turned monster. Time seems to fracture, splintering into shards of memory and pain. I remember the warmth of friendship, the promises made over mugs of ale, and I feel the fracture in my heart. This is not just a battle, it's the end of everything we believed. Harold. I scream, but the name is lost amid the din. I rush toward him, my heart pounding a desperate rhythm. An explosion of sound erupts, the chaos swirling around us, but I can't let fear consume me. I am a tempest, a force of nature, driven by love and rage. The battle rages on, each moment a brutal dance with destiny, fear threading through every heartbeat as the storm continues to howl. I look to the sky, searching for answers in the roiling clouds, but all I find is darkness. The world narrows to this moment, the echo of steel against steel, the haunting memory of laughter tainted by the spectre of loss. The ground trembles beneath my feet, and I realize this battle is but a reflection of the war within us all. Here, amid the chaos, I am no longer just a soldier. I am the embodiment of every dream, every heartbreak, every moment that has led me to this precipice. And as I charge forward, sword raised, I know I will not stand down. I will fight, and I will remember. The air is thick with smoke, acrid and stinging like betrayal. Shadows dance along the ground, flickering in the dim light of the dying sun. A gunshot echoes in the distance, sharp and sudden, cutting through the feverish silence. I remember the way the ground trembled beneath my feet, the way fear crawled up my spine like 1,000 cold fingers. I remember the faces of my brothers, the soldiers, the footmen, the infantry. Their eyes wide, reflecting a mixture of dread and determination. Kieran stands beside me, his hands trembling on the rifle. He's only 20, but he carries the weight of the world on those narrow shoulders. He's a boy still, with a heart that beats for dreams of peace and laughter, yet a soldier's reality grips him tighter than any embrace. "What are we even doing here?" he whispers, more to himself than to me, as if the question could somehow absolve us of the horrors we've witnessed. The weight of his words hangs in the air like a noose, and I want to tell him that we fight for something greater than ourselves. But what do I have to offer him? Hope is a fragile thing, easily shattered in this hell. I remember the night we were deployed, the stars blanketed above us, indifferent to our plight. A crowd gathered to say goodbye. Mothers clutched their children, fathers stood tall but with eyes that betrayed their fear. There was laughter, then tears, but mostly there was silence, a silence that spoke volumes, a silence that foreshadowed the ghosts we would carry. I wanted to reach out, to hold on to something real, something tangible. But all I grasped was the cold metal of my weapon, the harsh reminder that I was no longer just a son or a brother, I was a soldier now. And then there's Lena, a medic who refuses to let the darkness swallow her. She moves through the chaos, a lighthouse in a storm, her hand steady despite the quaking earth. I watch her stitch wounds with a grace that belies the violence around us. She laughs, a soft, melodic sound, cutting through the horror like sunlight. It's infectious, pulling even the most broken of us back from the brink. But I see the flicker of fear in her eyes when she looks at Kieran. She knows the stakes. She knows what it means to lose someone she loves. "Stay close," I tell him, my voice low and urgent. "We can't afford to lose each other." Kieran nods, but there's a tremor in his lips. I wonder what he dreams of when he closes his eyes at night. Does he see the battlefield, or does he escape to a world where soldiers wear flowers in their hair and children run free? As night descends, the shadows grow deeper, more malevolent. The air vibrates with tension, the quiet before the storm. I remember those moments, the way time seems to stretch and contract, how each heartbeat feels like a countdown to something inevitable. The ground is littered with echoes of despair and courage. It's a battlefield, yes, but it's also a cacophony of human emotion, fear, love, loss, and the desperate clinging to hope. A sudden explosion shatters the night, and just like that, the world turns into chaos. Bodies hit the ground, screams pierce the air, and suddenly, it's not just a scene from a dream, it's our reality. "Lena!" I scream, searching for her through the smoke and dust. My heart races, a wild stallion galloping through my chest, frantically urging me forward. Kieran's face is pale, his breath shaky, as he looks around, lost and terrified. And then I see her, crumpled on the ground, but not lifeless. She's tending to a man, her hands moving swiftly, even as debris rains around her. "I'm here! I'm here!" she shouts, her voice carrying that same unwavering spirit. It's a beacon amidst the storm, and I feel a rush of relief, a surge of gratitude that lifts some of the weight pressing down on my chest. But the moment is fleeting. A shadow looms, sinister and unyielding. It's a reminder that even the brightest lights can be snuffed out in an instant. I see Kieran's gaze darting toward the sound of approaching footsteps, his eyes wide with terror. "We need to move!" I shout, adrenaline surging through my veins. We retreat, the frantic rhythm of our footsteps pounding against the earth, the taste of fear thick in the air. "Stay together!" I call out, my heart a drumbeat in the cacophony of chaos. But chaos is a fickle friend. It pulls at us, separates us, and for a moment, I'm alone. I look back, searching for Kieran and Lena, my breath hitching in my throat. The sound of gunfire echoes like thunder, drowning out the cries of the wounded. I remember the promises we made to protect one another, a brotherhood forged in the crucible of battle, and I feel the weight of those words like a shackle around my heart. I spot Lena again, her figure illuminated by the flashes of gunfire, a warrior amidst the storm. "Stay down!" I yell, desperation clawing at my throat. She ducks just as a bullet whizzes past her, but the way she moves, graceful, determined, fills me with a mix of dread and admiration. She's a force of nature, and I want to believe she can weather this storm, but I also know the truth: every soldier is just a heartbeat away from becoming a memory, a whisper in the night. Kieran is beside me again, his face pale and drawn. "What do we do?" he asks, his voice choked with fear. It's a question that echoes in my mind, a refrain that haunts my every thought. I want to tell him we'll fight, that we'll overcome this. But the truth is, the fight is never just outside, it's also within. The real battle rages in our minds, the struggle for sanity in the face of madness. And then the silence falls. A silence so profound it feels like the world has paused, holding its breath. Time stretches, and in that moment, I see everything clearly: the love, the fear, the sacrifices we make. I see Kieran's hand shaking, Lena's resolute determination, the camaraderie we share. We are foot soldiers, flesh and blood, caught in a war that rages beyond the battlefield and wells within our souls. And then it comes, the confrontation, raw, visceral, unavoidable. The moment our lives will change forever, the moment the line between hope and despair becomes obscured. I grip my rifle tighter, my heart pounding in time with the chaos around us. In this world, every heartbeat is a reminder that tomorrow is not guaranteed, and every breath is a gift that could be snatched away in an instant. I remember the promises, I remember the faces of my brothers and sisters, and I remember that even amidst the darkness, there's a flicker of light. We are the infantry, the foot soldiers in this relentless conflict, bound by duty, driven by hope, and forever entwined in the shadows of war. The battle is not just out there, it is within us, an eternal struggle that will carry on, long after the smoke has cleared. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fear. Darkness swirled like a living thing, clutching at the night, as a single, haunting cry pierced the silence, a raven's lament echoed over the battlefield, a prelude to chaos. It was here, in this moment, that time hung suspended like the arrows poised on the bowstrings, waiting to release cries of death or salvation. I stood there, heart racing, adrenaline coursing through me like wildfire, every muscle taut and trembling. "Fletcher," a voice broke through the shadows, raw and desperate. Elena, her eyes wide, pulled me back from the brink of madness. "We need to position the archers on the ridge. Now." Her urgency wrapped around me like a vice, igniting a spark of clarity in the tumult of my thoughts. I remember the first time I had held a bow in my hands, the thrill of it, the promise of precision. But this was different, this was life and death. Her hands shook, and I could see the grit under her nails, a stark reminder of the battle we had fought to survive, the blood that stained our past and our souls. "Do you think they'll listen?" I shot back, doubt dripping from my voice like poison. The archers, the lifeblood of our strategy, were haunted by the ghosts of their failures, each one carrying the weight of lost comrades. Trust was a currency as rare as gold in these moments of crushing despair. They have to. If they don't, we'll lose everything, she pleaded, her voice fierce like the crack of a whip. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope clashing with the shadows of despair swirling around us. It was the kind of hope born from desperation, tinged with the bitterness of uncertainty. I had known loss, more than I cared to remember. A sister, a friend, laughter stolen by the cold grip of war. It cursed my nights with visions of their faces, the way they had smiled before the chaos. I could feel their presence, urging me to fight, to take a stand, even as the ravens circled overhead, waiting for the fallen. Can we trust them? I asked, more to myself than her. She offered no answer, her silence heavy with unspoken fears. The archers were not just skilled hands, they were broken souls, each one haunted by the ghosts of missed shots and fallen comrades. I brushed my fingers against the cool wood of the bow, feeling its promise, its potential to pierce through the darkness. Fletcher! The echo of her voice snapped me back, like the crack of thunder. We need to act. As we climbed the ridge, the world became a tapestry of tension and anticipation. The moon hung high, a ghostly sentinel gazing down upon the chaos below, a battlefield littered with fallen warriors, their faces turned toward the heavens, seeking solace amidst the carnage. I could hear the distant clamor of steel on steel, a relentless symphony of violence that pierced through the night. The archers gathered, faces cast in shadow, their spirits as heavy as the arrows they narked. Each one bore the weight of fear, but beneath that, I sensed a flicker of determination, an ember waiting to ignite into a blaze. I remembered the stories, the legends of archers who had turned tides, who had struck fear into the hearts of their enemies with a single shot. But legends were far removed from the reality of our desperation, our uncertainty. Listen to me. I raised my voice, feeling the heat of urgency clawing at my throat. We might not be heroes, but we can decide how this story ends. Each of you carries a piece of fate on your arrows. Aim true. Their eyes met mine, some flickering with recognition, others haunted by ghosts of their own. I could see something shift, a fragile thread of resolve weaving through the group. They were not just archers, they were survivors, warriors forged in the crucible of despair. As the enemy advanced, shadows creeping closer, I felt the weight of the bowstring beneath my fingers. I drew back, the tension electric, the world narrowing to a singular focus, the point where the arrow would find its mark. Time slowed, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the night. In that moment, I let go, release, a breath exhaled, an arrow carving through the darkness, a whisper of destiny. The arrow flew, a streak of silver slicing through the shadows, finding its target with deadly precision. But it wasn't just my shot, it was the culmination of every sacrifice, every heartbreak. I watched as others followed suit, their arrows singing through the air, a chorus of defiance rising against the encroaching darkness. But then, through the chaos, I caught sight of him, a figure cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting like a predator, a phantom from my past. It was Thomas, the once loyal soldier turned traitor, now leading the charge against us. My heart lurched, a cold wave of dread washing over me. Memories flooded back, laughter shared over tankards of ale, the promise of brotherhood crushed under the weight of betrayal. Fletcher! Elena's voice sliced through the fog of my memories, but I was rooted in place, caught in the web of my own fears. Focus! I was losing the thread of control. Each heartbeat echoed the fear of failure, of losing everything I had fought for. With a surge of will, I raised my bow once more, eyes narrowed, heart pounding like a war drum. Time stretched, breath hitched, everything lined up in that singular moment of clarity. I drew the bowstring tight, felt the pulse of fate as I aimed at the silhouette of Thomas, the darkness that lurked from my past now within reach. Would I hit him? Would I finally sever the chains of betrayal binding my heart? A breath, a whisper of hope, a single heartbeat before I released, an arrow aimed at redemption, at revenge, at reclaiming what was lost. The night held its breath, and in that awful silence, I could only wish for the strength to face whatever came next, knowing that the battle was only beginning. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of iron and smoke, as bodies lay still under the pallid moonlight, a grotesque canvas painted in the colors of sacrifice. Silence was not a comfort, it was a suffocating shroud, draping over the remnants of hope like a funeral veil. Somewhere in the distance, a lone dog howled, a mournful wail that echoed the pain of a world forever altered. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of grief settling in like an unwelcome guest, refusing to leave. I remember Lucas, his face a mask of determination framed by the chaos, his laughter ringing out moments before the storm broke. We were brothers, forged in the fires of friendship, yet here we stood on the precipice of loss, two souls caught in the aftermath of a battle that had twisted our lives. I replayed his words in my mind, "We'll make it through this, won't we?" His voice like a melody now turned to ash, fading into the darkness. There was a girl, Amara, fierce and wild, her spirit as untamed as the wind through the fields we once roamed. She was a warrior, not just in the fight, but in her heart. I remember how she combated fear like an unseen monster, wielding her blade with both grace and fury. In her eyes, I saw not just strength, but an unyielding vulnerability, a flicker of hope that somehow remained amidst the wreckage. But that flicker was dimming now, extinguished by the ghosts of yesterday and the weight of today's losses. I found myself stumbling over the bodies, each footstep heavy, laden with memories of laughter and promise turned to horror. The battlefield, once a stage for glory, now a graveyard of dreams, where every face I recognized was a dagger to the heart. I knelt beside a friend, his eyes glassy and unseeing, a reminder that not all wounds heal, and not all battles are won. I wanted to scream, to shake the world awake, to push back against the tide of despair washing over us. But what could I say that would matter now? Words felt inadequate, mere whispers against the roar of silence. And then there was the clock, its relentless ticking a cruel reminder of time slipping away, a heartbeat counting down to nothingness. I could almost hear it mocking us, echoing the finality of loss. I remember the night sky, stars scattered like broken promises, each one a reminder of lives snuffed out too soon. Why? I wanted to scream at the heavens. Why did you take them? But the stars offered no answers, just a cold, indifferent glimmer. Mara was there, crouched over a fallen comrade, her hands trembling as she closed his eyes, gently, tenderly, as if she could somehow cradle his soul and bring him back. "You don't get to leave us," she whispered, voice thick with tears. And I could feel her heart break, each shuddering breath a testament to the love that had been exchanged on the battlefield, now morphed into this visceral pain. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, but the words died in my throat, choked by the weight of reality. Lucas's laughter echoed again, a ghostly reminder of the man he once was. I remember the stories he told, wild tales of adventure and bravery, of the future we had planned. But now those stories felt different, tainted by the sight of fallen brothers and sisters, their dreams extinguished. I saw Lucas's face in the crowd, a fleeting glance, and for a moment, I thought he might rise from the ashes of despair. But reality crashed down like a wave, drowning me in sorrow. I turned to Mara, whose eyes were now pools of anguish. "We can't keep doing this," I said, the weight of the world crushing my hope. "How do we carry on?" She looked at me, and in that glance, I saw a universe of pain and resilience. "We carry them with us," she answered, her voice steady despite the tremors beneath. "We remember, and we fight." Her words ignited a flicker within me, a slow-burning ember against the tide of darkness. The deep ache of loss morphed into a raw, visceral anger, a fire that threatened to consume us. I clenched my fists, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath me, a rhythm that resonated with the enduring spirit of those who had fought alongside us. They were not just casualties, they were memories, whispers carried on the wind, urging us to rise. As we stood amidst the ruins, another howling breeze stirred, lifting the fallen leaves and debris, carrying with it the laughter of those we loved, now interwoven with the shadows. It was eerie, haunting yet strangely beautiful, like a requiem sung by the universe. I closed my eyes and breathed deep, inhaling the pain, the sorrow, the fleeting joy of what had been. This was not just an ending, it was a beginning disguised in grief. The moon hung high, a silent sentinel watching over us, casting long shadows that danced around our feet. I felt the world shift, crumble, and rebuild in that moment. The faces of the fallen flashed before my eyes, not just lost warriors but lives lived fully, stories untold, laughter shared. We could not let their light fade into nothingness. The darkness loomed, heavy and oppressive, threatening to swallow us whole. But I knew, deep within my soul, that we would carry them forward. Through the pain, through the loss, we would forge a path, a testament to their bravery. I could hear their voices, urging me to fight, to remember, to be more than a ghost wandering through the shadows. And as the night deepened, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, a fragile flame against the encroaching dark. I reached for Mara's hand, and she grasped mine tightly, an anchor amidst the chaos swirling around us. We were still here, still breathing, still alive. And in that moment, the battlefield became a tapestry, a chaotic blend of heartbreak and resilience, loss and love, woven into the very fabric of our being. And as the stars blinked above, I knew our fight was just beginning. The silence after the storm is never just silence. It's a heavy, suffocating blanket, wrapping around the remnants of chaos, stifling any flicker of hope. The air is thick with the smell of scorched earth and desperation, a scent that clings to your skin, a reminder of what's been lost. I stand there, breathless, as the sun dips low, casting elongated shadows that stretch like fingers grasping for the past. I remember the moment everything shattered. The ground beneath us trembled, and the sky roared, a monstrous cacophony that drowned out all reason. I remember the faces, their eyes wide with fear, mouths gaping as the world spiraled into chaos around them. Charlotte, her hair a wild halo of dark curls, her fists clenched so tight her knuckles turned white, screamed a warning that never reached me. I thought we were invincible, warriors forged in the fires of battle. But here we were, retreating, regathering the fragments of our broken selves, like children trying to piece together a shattered toy. "Marcus, we can't stay here." Charlotte's voice cuts through the stillness, sharp as glass. It stabs at me, reminding me of our fragility. She has always been the flame, flickering but fierce, illuminating the shadows that cling to my thoughts. But now, her glow is dimmed, and it breaks me to see it. "Where do we go?" I ask, my voice heavy, a weight I can't shake. "We've lost too much." The echoes of battle still reverberate in my skull, haunting me, an unbearable reminder of the price we paid. We're not just fighting for survival, we're fighting to hold on to the remnants of who we once were. I remember the night before everything crumbled, the stars seemed so bright then, a promise suspended in the velvet sky. We had laughed, we had dreamed. Even now, in this aftermath, I can feel a ghost of that joy, taunting me with its unattainability. "Anywhere but here," she says, her voice trembling, a shaky breath escaping her lips. The vulnerability in her tone cuts deeper than the blade of any enemy. I see her gaze slip away, lost in the vastness of what was and what could never be again. We need to regroup, find the others. But there are no others. Just us, two souls adrift in a sea of darkness, surrounded by shadows that whisper of failure. I catch a glimpse of the horizon. It offers no solace, only a reminder of the battles that lie ahead. "We can't fail again," I whisper, the confession scraping against my throat like shards of glass. Charlotte's eyes lock onto mine, and in that moment, I feel the weight of our shared anguish. She nods, and the flicker of determination ignites again, but it's fragile. I can see it trembling like a candle in the wind. As we press on, the world around us shifts. The trees, once proud sentinels, now bow under the weight of our grief. The path is littered with remnants of our past, torn banners fluttering like lost spirits, broken swords half buried in the dirt, the echoes of laughter long gone. Every step feels like a betrayal, a reminder of what we once fought for. "Do you remember the tavern?" Charlotte suddenly asks, her voice a soft breath against the cold. "That night we danced like fools, the ale spilling over, laughter filling the air." I nod, caught in the web of memory. "I remember," I say, each word a ghost of happiness wrapped in thick layers of sorrow. "You tripped, and I spilled my drink all over that soldier's boots." A ghost of a smile flutters across her lips, and for a moment, we are not warriors, but two friends lost in the warmth of shared laughter. But the moment fades, crushed beneath the weight of reality. The memories are fleeting, illusions of joy amidst the rubble of our existence. The trees seem to close in on us, whispering secrets that crawl under my skin. I can almost hear the laughter, warped and twisted, mocking us for our naivete. Marcus! Charlotte's voice snaps me back to the present, her urgency palpable. We need to keep moving. The shadows shift again, and I feel the chill of something watching us, lurking just beyond our line of sight. The air thickens, a palpable tension wrapping around us like coils of smoke. I can't shake the feeling that we are not alone. With every step, the weight of our shared burdens pulls us under, but we fight against it, clawing our way back to the surface. I cast a glance at Charlotte, her face is set with determination, but I see the cracks beneath, the fractures of fear she desperately tries to hide. I'm here, I say softly, but is it enough? As night falls, darkness blankets the land, and the stars blink down at us like distant memories. We need to find shelter, a place to regroup and gather our thoughts. Somewhere safe, if such a place exists anymore. Over there, Charlotte points, her voice steady, but I can see the tremor in her hands. There's a dilapidated cottage, its silhouette jagged against the night sky. The windows are dark, lifeless, but it offers a semblance of refuge. We approach cautiously, hearts racing in unison, each beat an echo of the chaos we've escaped, yet still resonate with the dread that follows. I push the door open, and it creaks in a way that sounds almost like a lament. Dust dances in the air, illuminated by the scant moonlight seeping through the cracks. The inside is a mausoleum of forgotten lives, the remnants of a family that once thrived here. As we close the door behind us, the world outside fades into a distant roar. Inside, we lay down our burdens, if only for a moment. I catch Charlotte watching me, and I see in her eyes a flicker of hope battling against despair. Tomorrow, she says, her voice a whisper, we'll find the others. I nod, even as doubt gnaws at my insides. Inside, the shadows grow long, creeping into the corners of the room, but we are together, and for now, that is enough. The night stretches on, thick with unsaid words, raw emotions bubbling beneath the surface. We sit in silence, our breath mingling with the ghosts of the past, and I can't help but think, this is not an end. The journey is far from over, it's merely a pause, a chance to gather our strength before the next wave crashes over us. Tomorrow, we will face the darkness again, hand in hand, forever entwined in this brutal dance of survival. The air is thick with tension, the kind that clings to the skin like sweat and dread. I stand there, at the edge of a battlefield where the sun bleeds into dusk, painting the sky crimson, whispering of the blood spilled beneath. The clamor of clashing swords and the cries of the dying meld into a symphony of chaos, and in the midst of it, two figures stand out, Ramses, the mighty pharaoh, and his fiercest warrior, Nakht. Their silhouettes cut against the horizon, warriors caught in the throes of a moment that will echo through eternity. I remember the fear flickering in Nakht's eyes, a glimmer of vulnerability that seemed incongruous against his hardened face. He was a wall of muscle and steel, yet here he was, trembling before the vastness of his loyalty to Ramses. "You must lead us, my pharaoh," he urged, voice hoarse as if the very air was choking him. "We cannot retreat. Not now." But how could Ramses lead, when he felt the weight of 1,000 lives pressing down upon him? The ghosts of those who had fought before him lingered, shadows whispering in his ear, sowing seeds of doubt. The glimmer of victory had turned into an agonizing weight, and he clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. What if we fail? I remember the sweet, sickening taste of despair that flooded the air like an overripe fruit on the verge of fermentation. Victory was no longer a guarantee, it was a cruel taunt, a glimmering mirage dancing just out of reach. The ground trembled with the force of their emotions, the very soil a witness to their turmoil, a battlefield not merely of flesh, but of souls grappling with their own narratives. And then, the clash of swords erupted, metal meeting metal in an explosive cacophony that sent shivers down my spine. I could see Ramses thrust his sword forward, a lethal extension of his will, but behind his eyes lay a tempest of uncertainty. His gaze darted to the horizon, where the sun's final rays ignited the sky in a fiery farewell, as if the universe itself mourned what was about to transpire. "Remember the stories," Nakht shouted amid the chaos, his voice a lifeline in the storm. "The tales of our ancestors. They fought against impossible odds." Each word punctuated with a powerful thrust, a reminder that they were more than mere men, they were the heirs of a legacy, intertwined with the very fabric of the cosmos. Do not let fear dictate your fate. Yet fear thrummed through Ramses's veins like an electric current, blinding him to the present. He had painted himself as a god, a ruler without peer, yet here he was, a man, trembling before the weight of a crown that felt heavier than stone. The shadows loomed larger, deeper, swallowing him whole in an abyss of despair. What if their stories were lies? What if we're nothing but dust in the wind? The question hung in the air, a ghostly echo that sent ripples of anguish through the heart of his kingdom. Then the ground quaked, an explosion of sound and fury, a darkness that swallowed the light. I could feel my heart race, a primal drumbeat echoing the chaos. In that moment, Nacht was at Ramses's side, a fierce protector, his loyalty a fortress against the encroaching darkness. "We conquer or we die," he roared, and the words ignited something within Ramses, a flicker of defiance against the despair that threatened to consume them both. A surge of adrenaline coursed through the battlefield, an electric charge that snapped Ramses from his reverie. He lifted his sword, a gleam of hope reflecting in his eyes, as he bellowed to his men, "We are more than just flesh and bone. We are the tide that sweeps across the desert, the storm that roars against the night." The words rang out, a clarion call to arms, and for a moment, the chaos fell silent, as if the universe itself paused to listen. But the silence was fleeting, shattered by the cacophony of war, a brutal reminder of mortality. Men fell around them, blood painting the sand in macabre patterns, and with every breath, the weight of their choices bore down heavier than the sun-soaked sky. The echoes of their ancestors rang in Ramses's ears, demands for bravery and honor, yet he felt only the crushing burden of their expectations. "I am not them," he whispered, desperation creeping into his voice, but Nacht did not relent. "Then become them. Make them proud." The intensity of Nacht's resolve pierced through the haze of uncertainty, igniting a fire in Ramses's chest. It was a call to arms that went beyond mere survival. It was a testament to legacy, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of a people who had weathered far worse storms. As the battle raged, Ramses found clarity amid the chaos. Each swing of his sword was a release, a cathartic scream against the shadows that threatened to engulf them. "I am Ramses," he shouted, echoing the name that was once a burden but now felt like a rallying cry. "I am the storm that will not be tamed." But in that moment of fierce declaration, the ground shook violently, and an ominous cloud loomed over them, a foreboding darkness that whispered of doom. I felt the air grow thick with dread as the last rays of sunlight vanished, leaving nothing but shadows behind. And then, it happened, the crescendo of their emotional turmoil reached its peak. Ramses charged forward, leading his men into the heart of the fray, the ghosts of his ancestors beside him, their whispers blending into a cacophony of courage. Nacht followed, not just a warrior but a brother in arms, their fates intertwined like the very fibers of their being. "Forward!" Ramses roared, his heart pounding like a war drum, fists clenched around the hilt of his sword. "For honor, for legacy, for the dust that binds us all." The battle surged around them, a tempest of flesh and fury, and as they clashed against the enemy, the world faded, the chaos becoming a blur. All that remained was their shared heartbeat, a pulse that echoed against the backdrop of history, a testament to the human spirit's unbreakable will. In those fleeting moments, everything seemed possible and yet nothing was certain. The lines between victory and defeat blurred, the shadows danced with the flames of hope. In the swirling chaos of despair and courage, they fought not just for their lives, but for the very essence of who they were, men, warriors, brothers, and echoes of a story that would never truly end. And as the dust settled, the battlefield became a canvas painted with their fears, dreams, and the ghosts of men long past, caught in an endless loop of struggle. Time stood still, and within that stillness lay the essence of their narrative, a vivid tapestry woven from desperation and hope, forever entwined in the fabric of existence. The sun had barely crested the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the silent sands of Kadesh. The air crackled with the unspoken tension of the multitudes gathered, a cacophony of emotion swirling like the dust that clung to their feet. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes darting between the faces of the men who had once been my enemies and now stood as mere shadows of the tempests we had unleashed upon one another. There were two figures that stood out among the throng. One, an Egyptian pharaoh, his face carved in stone yet betraying a flicker of vulnerability beneath layers of alabaster and gold. Ramesses, a name that echoed like thunder across the ages, but today he wore not the regalia of a conqueror, he wore the heavy burden of a leader, his gaze searching for solace in the faces before him. And there was Hattusili, the Hittite king, whose piercing eyes spoke of heartbreak, a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past decisions. Behind the royal masks, they were just flesh and blood, hearts beating wildly against the backdrop of history. I remember the day we had marched into battle, swords drawn, bloodlust fueling our every move. I remember the fear in my own heart, the dread of losing everything I had fought for, yet here we stood at the precipice of a new dawn, the weight of our choices heavier than any chain. The battlefield had been a canvas of chaos, painted with the visceral urgency of survival, but it was here, amidst the ruins of our animosity, that we faced something far more daunting, the specter of peace. Peace, Ramesses murmured, his voice trembling like the last gasp of a dying flame. What does it taste like? Is it sweet like honey or bitter like the memories of our fallen? His words hung in the air, a thick fog of uncertainty. Hattusili stepped forward, his posture rigid yet quivering with a desperation that mirrored my own. It is a gamble, my friend, he replied, voice low yet steady, a heartbeat of reason amidst the storm. We stake our lives, our legacy, on the fragile thread of trust. Can we afford this risk? He looked around, imploring the crowd, each face a mosaic of hope, anger, fear, and longing. I felt their pulse, a collective heartbeat, and wondered if we were ready to embrace the unthinkable. As the sun climbed higher, shadows stretched longer, creeping into the corners of what had been a battlefield and now transformed into a diplomatic arena. I could almost hear the whispers of the dead, their souls entwined in the gritty soil of this cursed land. They were ghosts of vengeance, haunting the hearts of the living, reminding us of the blood we had spilled. The very air was thick with their presence, a reminder that peace is forged in the fires of loss. I remember the first time I faced Hattusili in battle, the clang of swords, the desperate cries of men, the blood that soaked the thirsty earth. I had seen the madness in his eyes, a mirror of my own. But here, in this moment, we stood on the precipice of something far more terrifying than war. We were standing on the brink of forgiveness, and I could feel the weight of our past like a noose around our necks. Can we truly let go? I whispered, half to myself, half to the universe. The gods had been cruel, indifferent to our suffering. Would they smile upon us now, or would they rain down their fury once more, laughing at our naive attempts to bind the wounds of our histories? As the sun began its slow descent, a hush fell over the gathering. A palpable shift in the air, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. In that moment, I felt a connection between the three of us, two kings and a passerby, strangers until now. We were all flawed, all burdened by the scars of our past, yet here we were, teetering on the edge of a fragile hope. The crowd was a sea of shifting emotions, and I was lost amidst the waves. Let us sign this treaty, Ramesses proposed, his voice like thunder rolling across the sky, threatening to unleash a storm. Let it be a binding of our fates, an end to the blood that stains our hands. But behind his resolute facade, I sensed the turmoil. The fear that clung to him like the dust of the battlefield. Would he be the one to break the cycle? The king who dared to dream of peace? Or would he become yet another ghost, forever condemned to wander the ruins of his choices? Hattusili nodded, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a crack in the armor of his resolve. One signature, and we become architects of a new era. But in that act, we become vulnerable, laying bare our souls to the winds of fate. His voice slipped, cracked with the weight of what he was proposing, and I could feel the hearts of those present aching with the burden of his words. We stood on the brink of history, yet the path ahead felt like a treacherous abyss. I felt the weight of the moment crushing down on us, the collective breath of 1,000 histories intertwined, each gasp a prayer, each heartbeat a plea for redemption. The crowd was an ocean of expectation, and I was merely a drop in its vastness. With trembling hands, I reached for the parchment, the treaty that would bind our fates. As I lifted the quill, I felt the ghosts stir, their whispers merging with the rustling of the wind. They urged me forward, but their voices were a haunting melody, reminding me of the blood-soaked earth beneath our feet. Together, I thought, we can rewrite the story. We can be more than just kings, we can be harbingers of change. But as the ink flowed, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Would this be a birth or a death? The line between peace and war was razor thin, and I could feel the weight of my decision pressing down like a leaden shroud. Time seemed to stretch, each second a lifetime, every heartbeat a drum roll heralding the climax of 1,000 years of conflict. The ink pooled on the page, a symbol of our hopes and fears, and at that moment, the world felt impossibly vast and achingly intimate. "Sign it," Ramesses urged, eyes aflame with a spark of something ancient and eternal. "Sign it, and let history judge our courage." In that moment, the echoes of 1,000 battles faded into silence, and I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that as I pressed the quill to the parchment, I was not just signing my name, I was etching a new legacy into the very fabric of time. The ink dried slowly, but the air crackled with potential, the winds of change swirling around us, a promise that this moment, this fragile hope, was just the beginning. A distant echo of drums thrummed through the air, reverberating like a heartbeat, deep, primal, and filled with dread. In the shadows of dusk, the city of Thebes quivered. The great sandstone walls, once vibrant with the colors of life, now loomed like tombstones, heavy with the scent of betrayal. I stood in the restless silence, the weight of an empire's pulse thrumming against my chest. The night was thick and pregnant with war, a darkness that wrapped around us like a funeral shroud. I remember the day the news came, a breathless messenger, eyes wide with terror, breaking through the cool evening air like a specter. "The Hittites march," he gasped, words spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. My heart sank, a jagged stone in my gut. The Hittites, with their cunning and ambition, had always been a whisper on the winds of our destiny. But now, they were a storm. In the heart of the city stood Amenhotep, a young general, his hands trembling as he gripped his sword, the metal cold and unforgiving. I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, a reflection of the uncertainty that clawed at every soldier's heart. Amenhotep had grown up dreaming of battles, of glory and honor, but dreams are cruel. They twist into nightmares when faced with the reality of bloodshed. "What if we fail?" he murmured, almost to himself, a question that hung heavy in the air, pulsating with dread. And then there was Tai, a healer, her hand stained with the remnants of the day's labor. With each patient she treated, her soul weighed heavier, the burdens of the wounded haunting her like specters. She moved among the frightened crowds, her presence a flicker of light in the gathering darkness. "We must prepare for the worst," she urged, her voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of fear. The people looked to her, their hope entwined with her resolve. But even she felt the gnawing uncertainty gripping her heart. What if there weren't enough herbs, enough strength to save those who would bleed on the battlefield? I remember the stillness, the silence that fell like a dense fog. People gathered, their faces etched with anguish, children clutching at their mothers, eyes wide with confusion. The air was thick, almost tangible, wrapped in the cries of the lost and the dreams of those who hoped to escape the tide of war. I wanted to scream, to shake them from their stupor, to make them see the truth looming before us. Yet, I was paralyzed, trapped in my own swirling thoughts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill crept through the streets, a reminder that night was coming, not just in the sky, but in our hearts. The battle drums grew louder, the tension snapping like the taut strings of a bow. I looked into Amenhotep's eyes, and I saw not just a soldier, I saw a man teetering on the edge of despair. "Do you believe we can win?" I asked him, my voice trembling with the weight of desperation. He hesitated, the flicker of doubt casting shadows across his handsome face. "I don't know," he whispered, and that admission felt like a dagger. The Hittites, they were a force, a relentless tide threatening to engulf us. I could see their banners in my mind, dark and ominous, fluttering like the wings of a raven. They forged ahead, driven by a thirst for power, a hunger that can only be sated with blood. And here we were, standing on the brink, caught in a web of fate spun by the gods themselves. I could not breathe for the weight of it all. I remember Tyre's hands resting on Amenhotep's arm, grounding him, offering a lifeline. "We fight not just for survival, but for our families, our dreams," she said, her voice rising above the murmurs of fear. But even as she spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a crack in her facade. What dreams would survive this night? In a world where death loomed like an uninvited guest, How could one ever hope? The night settled deeper, the stars above indifferent witnesses to our plight. I felt the echoes of our ancestors, their voices whispering through the ages. Fight, they urged, but their cries were swallowed by the night. And in that moment, as shadows danced against the flickering flames of torches, the realization struck me: we were bound not just by blood, but by the threads of history. Each choice, each act of bravery or cowardice, would ripple through time, weaving the fabric of our legacies together. Amenhotep drew a shaky breath, resolve hardening in his chest. "Then we fight," he declared, a spark igniting in his eyes. "For our homes, for our people, for the future." The words hung in the air, heavy with both promise and peril. And in that instant, I felt my own heart swell with a mix of terror and pride. We were small, insignificant in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, yet we dared to stand against the encroaching darkness. But as the horizon bled into the first light of dawn, the grim reality of our choices loomed. I could almost taste the iron tang of blood, the echoes of our ancestors mingling with the cries of the fallen. The ghosts of those who fought before us were heavy in the air, their stories intertwined with our own. Would we become mere phantoms, whispers in the annals of time? Or would we be remembered for our defiance? And there, in that moment, the ground trembled beneath our feet as the Hittites advanced, a dark wave crashing upon us. The drums beat like the thrumming of our hearts, and I knew, as we faced the storm together, we were not just fighting for survival. We were fighting for our very souls, for the whispers of dreams yet unfulfilled. The battle would begin, and our stories would intertwine in ways we could scarcely imagine. And as I stood there, heart racing, I felt something stir deep within me, a flicker of hope amidst despair, a fire kindled against the night. Would it be enough? Only time would tell, and yet, as the shadows danced and the drums thundered, I knew one thing: we were alive. And to be alive, in the face of such despair, was a defiance in itself. The night swallowed Cairo, shadows dancing like phantoms on the crumbling walls of a city once vibrant with life. An eerie hush fell over the crowd that gathered outside the blood-soaked field, the remnants of a battle still clinging to the air like a ghost. Silence. It was deafening, punctuated only by the distant wail of a siren, the kind that sends shivers down spines, awakening fears buried deep in the soul. I stood there, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of 1,000 lives pressing down on my chest. "Do you remember?" Layla's voice sliced through the stillness, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. She always wore those colorful scarves that danced around her shoulders, and now, they felt like a mocking banner over a funeral pyre. "Do you remember the stories our grandmothers told us? Of battles fought for honor, for love." Her words trembled, caught between nostalgia and the bitter taste of reality. I wanted to scream. This was not a story, it was our lives laid bare, stripped of glory. I remember the day before the battle, the sun hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for something just out of grasp. Mohammed stood beside me, a wiry figure with fire in his heart, clutching a worn-out flag, the fabric frayed like his dreams. "This is for our future," he had said, his voice a fierce whisper, filled with the weight of hope and desperation. "We fight not just for today but for the stories that will outlive us." His brow glistened with sweat, determination etched into every line of his face. But the future had a cruel way of mocking our dreams, and I could see that flicker of fear in his eyes, a flicker that mirrored my own. And then it happened, an explosion shattered the silence, an echo that reverberated through the alleyways and into our bones. Fear swept through the crowd like a wave, crashing against our sanity. The air thickened with smoke and something more potent, loss. I could feel it, a crushing weight pressing down. There was no time to think, only to react, to scream, to run. The screams of the fallen filled the air, a symphony of despair that would forever haunt our dreams. Layla ran, her scarf trailing behind her like a distant memory, and in that moment, she became a ghost, trapped between the past and the uncertain future. I reached for her, but the chaos swallowed us whole, separating us with a cruel hand. I remember looking back, seeing her silhouette against the flickering flames, and it felt as if my heart was being ripped from my chest. As the days morphed into nights, Cairo transformed. The streets were lined with shadows that whispered stories of those who had fought and fallen. I wandered through the ruins, each step echoing with memories of laughter, of love, of dreams unfulfilled. The cafes that once buzzed with life now stood silent, their tables vacant, waiting for voices that would never return. The city was a ghost, a melancholic reminder of what had been. In the heart of it all, Layla and Mohammed drifted through my thoughts like specters. I remember how they clung to their beliefs, their dreams, even as the reality closed in around us like a noose. Layla, with her fierce spirit, had often said, "We must remember what brings us together, not what tears us apart." Yet, in those moments of chaos, I felt the threads of our connections fraying into oblivion. "Mohammed!" I shouted into the void, knowing he might be lost somewhere in the thrumming pulse of the city. "Where are you?" The desperation in my voice cut through the night. The city, once a canvas of dreams, now mirrored my internal turmoil, fractured, chaotic, breathing with the weight of despair. I wandered through alleyways, each corner turning into a reminder of what was at stake, our culture, our identity, our very souls caught in the crossfire of ambition and survival. And then one day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, staining the sky with hues of crimson, I found them. Mohammed stood at the edge of the battlefield, his body tense, muscles coiling like springs ready to snap. Layla stood beside him, her eyes fierce, ablaze with a determination that could ignite the world. "Are we just memories?" Mohammed asked, his voice raw, filled with a haunting fragility. "Are we just shadows waiting to be forgotten?" His words struck like daggers, and I felt myself unraveling, the very fabric of my being trembling at the thought. "No." Layla shot back, her voice steady and unyielding. "We are the fire. We are the stories that will rise from this chaos." Her passion flared like the flames that licked at the remnants of our lives. I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a beacon cutting through the darkness, but my heart was heavy with doubt. Would our stories be enough to carry us through the ashes? But as the air thickened with tension, a question lingered in the silence. What would we become, victors in a war or mere echoes of a forgotten past? The shadows loomed larger, the city holding its breath, teetering on the brink of something vast and unfathomable. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the inevitability of change. We were three souls intertwined in a dance of destiny, caught in a moment that would forever alter the course of our lives. And with every heartbeat, the question swirled, heavier than the smoke that hovered in the air. Would we rise from the ashes, or would we fall into the abyss of history, just another footnote in the annals of time? As I stood there, caught between the past and the uncertain future, I clenched my fists, feeling the pulse of the city beneath my skin. The battle was over, but the real fight had just begun. We were not yet ready to be mere memories. We were alive, breathing, and our voices would echo long after the last flames extinguished. The battle had transformed us, but it was up to us to shape what came next. And in that moment, I realized this was just the beginning. A single shard of pottery lay on the ground, half buried in ancient dust, a remnant of a world long gone. The sun beat down mercilessly, casting a harsh light over the excavation site, while the distant sound of laboring men echoed like the throbbing pulse of a long-forgotten heartbeat. I knelt beside that fragment, my fingers trembling, my breath shallow. It was more than just a piece of clay, it was a portal to the past, whispering secrets of a battle that had shaped empires and torn lives asunder. The air thickened with tension as I caught sight of Miriam, her dark curls clinging to her damp forehead, eyes wide as if someone had shattered the very fabric of her dreams. She was not only my partner in this excavation, she was the person who had once dared to believe in the possibility of us. Now, she stood at the edge, a precipice of her own making, wrestling with emotions that felt as heavy as the stones surrounding us. "I remember the stories," she said, her voice wavering like the flickering light of a dying flame. The chariots crashing, the cries of the fallen. Kadesh was a graveyard, a monument to ambition and despair. And here we are, digging through the remnants. Her gaze drifted to the horizon, where the sun set in a blaze of red and gold, ominous colors swirling like blood on the battlefield. I could feel the weight of her words pulling me into a memory I had tried to bury. The day we stood beneath the stars, futures intertwined like constellations, dreaming of a life where history was not just something we studied but lived. But time is a thief, and it had stolen her laughter, leaving only echoes of what could have been. Across the site, David was unearthing fragments of bronze, artifacts that glinted with the promise of glory and the shadows of betrayal. He was a man haunted by his past, a scholar driven by obsession. His face twisted in concentration, he muttered to himself, "Fate is a cruel mistress." Those words hung in the air like smoke, wrapping around my heart. I remember the first time I met David, the way he spoke with a passion that ignited the dust of history. But beneath the surface, I saw the cracks, the relentless pursuit of answers that would never come, the insatiable desire to rewrite the past that gnawed at his soul. He had lost so much already, his family, his peace, and perhaps, a part of himself. "Look at this," he called out, lifting a piece of bronze that shimmered with an eerie light. "This could be from the chariots. The very chariots that clashed at Kadesh." His voice quivered with excitement, but beneath that excitement lay desperation, a frantic grasping at the threads of a narrative that eluded him. Miriam stepped closer, her eyes locking onto the artifact as if it were a lifeline. "It's beautiful," she breathed, but her expression was pained, like a ghost caught between the worlds of memory and desire. "But it's still just metal. What does it matter now? Kadesh is a graveyard. We're digging through bones. Do you hear that?" I whispered, a chill racing down my spine. The wind rustled through the olive trees, carrying with it a low, mournful wail. It was like the ghosts of Kadesh were rising, their sorrow woven into the very fabric of the earth beneath our feet. Miriam shuddered, her fingers brushing against mine, a fleeting connection in the cascading shadows of our unraveling lives. "This isn't just an excavation. It's an omen," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, each word dripping with dread. "What if we unearth something that should remain buried? What if we unlock the past, and it unlocks us?" I swallowed hard, fear coiling tightly around my heart. "But what if we find clarity? What if these fragments tell us who we are? Who we were?" The tension snapped like a taut string, and David exploded with frustration. "Enough! You're both clinging to what ifs, while I'm staring at this proof of what men once fought for. We owe it to history." His voice cracked, and in that moment, he was not just a scholar, but a man scarred by loss, battling his demons with each revelation. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows, a battleground of light and dark. The evening chill settled in, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could see the ghosts of the past rising from the earth, their hollow eyes fixed on us, waiting for us to make our next move. "Remember what happened here," Miriam pleaded, her voice shaking. "It was a clash of titans, yes, but it was also the beginning of so much pain. Can we really claim victory over the past, or are we destined to relive it? What if we are not meant to fight?" I countered, my heart racing. "What if we're meant to listen?" In that moment, the air around us thickened with possibility, an electric charge that ignited something deep within. History was not a linear path but a swirling vortex of human experience, the glorious, the tragic, the absurd. And here we were, at the cusp of it all, teetering between discovery and despair. The artifacts whispered to us, begging for acknowledgement, for remembrance. "Help me," David's voice cut through the tension, raw and desperate. "Help me understand. Help us all understand what made Kadesh a battleground." He was crumbling under the weight of expectation, and my heart ached for him, a man who had grasped at the threads of history, only to realize they were woven with suffering. "Together?" I ventured, my voice trembling. "Yes," Miriam whispered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Together." As we knelt among the dust and shadows, the remnants of Kadesh rose around us, swirling like a tempest. The echoes of the past reverberated through our souls, and the stakes were clear. We were not just unearthing the bones of history. We were grappling with our own. Here, in the heart of the ancient world, we found ourselves standing at the precipice of something greater, a confrontation with the ghosts of our own making, and the earth trembled beneath us, a reminder that history was not just a story to be told, but a force to be reckoned with. The thunder rolled, a low growl that rattled the very bones of the earth. Outside, the sky cracked open, pouring rain that drowned the cries of the townsfolk. Inside the cramped tavern, the air was thick with the scent of damp wood and despair. I could almost taste the fear, bitter like a burnt offering. "They're coming for us," whispered Eleanor, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering candlelight as if they held the last remnants of hope. A shiver curled down my spine, a reminder of the dark shadows that lurked beyond those worn wooden doors. I remember the way she clutched her son, Oliver, a child no more than 7, pressing his small body against her as if to shield him from the storm outside, and the storm brewing within the hearts of men. A fierce loyalty radiated from her, a chain of love binding them together. But I also saw the tremors of doubt dance in her eyes, a gnawing terror that her world would soon be snatched from her grasp. "They'll say we're witches," she murmured, and I felt the chill of history wrap around us like a noose. What was once whispered in dark corners now screamed from the rooftops. The past and the present collided, leaving a haunting echo in the rafters. Our town, steeped in superstition, had turned its gaze to the ancient texts, interpreting their words like scripture, fear twisting their meanings. The old ways spoke of sacrifice, of the darkness that must be kept at bay. The elders, with their gnarled hands and hollow eyes, recited ancient tales with a fervor that ignited the flames of suspicion. I remember how I stood there, a silent observer, feeling like an intruder in a world where reason cracked under the weight of ignorance. "What do they see in us?" I wanted to scream, my voice trapped in the cage of my throat, but even the thought of speaking felt like a death sentence. Oliver's laughter broke through the tension, a high-pitched, innocent sound that pierced the gloom. "Mama, look! I'm a knight!" He brandished a makeshift sword, a stick he'd found, and danced through the tavern, unaware of the storm or the shadows looming like vultures above. I wanted to cradle that joy, to fold it into my weary heart, but the echo of Eleanor's words kept clawing at my consciousness. They were coming for us. And just as the lightning slashed the sky, illuminating the fear etched on Eleanor's face, the door burst open, rain-soaked and wild. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, the storm swirling around him like a cape of fury. "The council has decided," he boomed, the words crashing like thunder. "You are condemned." Time seemed to slow as my heart raced, a metronome marking the seconds of dread. The faces in the tavern shifted from shock to horror, each one reflected in Eleanor's eyes as she clutched Oliver tighter still. "Condemned," I whispered, the word tasting like poison on my tongue. I could feel the weight of the ages pressing down upon us, the ancient echo of those who had faced this same fate. "What did we do?" "Your mere existence is a threat," he spat, the bitterness souring the air. "You harbor knowledge that must be purged. History is written by the victors, and you," he pointed at Eleanor, then at Oliver. "You represent a past we cannot allow to fester." The whispers of the crowd began to swell, voices rising in a cacophony of panic and anger, each one a thread weaving a noose around us. I felt the walls closing in, the weight of 1,000 years of persecution, a burden that had sculpted our identities into something grotesque yet familiar. "But we're just trying to live," I cried out, desperation clawing at my chest. What's so dangerous about remembering? But memory, I realized, was a double-edged sword. The ancients understood it, wielded it like a weapon, twisting the past to fit their narratives, erasing those who dared to challenge their authority. And now, in this moment, their shadows loomed large, threatening to engulf us in darkness. Eleanor's voice cut through the tempest of confusion. "You think you can rewrite history?" she shouted, fury igniting her spirit, a flame rising against the storm. "You're only binding yourself to it. You cannot cage the past." The tavern fell silent, the air heavy with the weight of her words, each one a reminder of the ghosts that lingered in the corners of our souls. I watched as the figure hesitated, something flickering behind his eyes, doubt, perhaps, or recognition of the truth buried beneath layers of fear. But it was quickly snuffed out, replaced by a hard resolve. "Silence her," he commanded, and the shadows leaped forward, hands reaching, grasping, ready to snuff out the light. I couldn't let it end like this. With a surge of adrenaline, I stepped in front of Eleanor and Oliver, my heart pounding a war drum within my chest. "You can't silence us. We are the echoes of our ancestors, we carry their burdens, their hopes." I felt the heat rising, a fire igniting within me, fueled by the desperation to hold on to what threaded us to our past. The storm raged outside, and inside, the tempest was no less fierce. The struggle for truth, for identity, raged on. The room became a battlefield of ideals, the clash of ancient interpretation against modern understanding. I could see it clearly, the fractures appearing in the villain's armor, as if he were a puppet held aloft by strings tangled in the very history he sought to erase. Lightning flashed again, a fleeting victory illuminating our faces, and for a moment, hope flickered like a distant star. I glanced at Eleanor, her eyes reflected fire, and in that moment, we were bound together by the weight of our shared fate. And just like that, the door slammed again, echoing with the finality of a death knell. The storm outside was merely a whisper compared to the tempest that now raged within. The confrontation would begin anew, and we stood at the precipice of something vast and ungraspable. The past and present entwined, a tapestry woven with threads of blood, betrayal, and the indomitable human spirit. No conclusions, no resolution, just the storm, the shadows, and the unyielding fight to remember. The sun hung low over the horizon, bleeding crimson into the desert sands, the air thick with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, pulse racing like the frantic beating of a bird desperate to escape a cage. A figure loomed before me, shrouded in the shadows of history, and in that moment, I felt the chill of something ancient and powerful. Ramses II, his name whispered across centuries like a gust of wind through the stillness of time. His legacy crackled in the air, a palpable tension that could be sliced with a knife. I remember the first time I heard his name, a classroom of wide-eyed children, each of us spellbound by tales of a pharaoh who ruled with an iron fist and a golden heart. But now, as the sun dipped and the world darkened, those tales felt like heavy chains binding me to the past. I was not just a student of history, I was a witness to its haunting aftermath. His conquests lingered like phantoms, the clatter of swords and the screams of battle echoing in the recesses of my mind. Then there was Kia, the nameless queen, her presence washed over me like a wave, the soft whisper of silk brushing against her skin as she moved through the shadows. She had fought to carve her place in Ramses's heart, but the weight of her unrecognized love crushed her spirit. I could see it in her eyes, the fire dimmed to embers, the loss of identity melting into the unforgiving sands of time. I remember, she whispered, her voice threaded with longing, when I was more than just his shadow. And there was Amun, the stalwart priest, whose faith trembled under the mighty foot of the pharaoh. He stood at the altar, hands raised to the heavens, but the god seemed to turn a blind eye. Within him brewed a storm, a raging tempest of doubt and devotion. I remember, he said, his voice a low growl, when we believed in something greater. Now, even the sun casts a long shadow, one that devours the light. His fingers trembled, tracing the engraved stone, each line a reminder of promises broken and faith betrayed. We were caught in the throes of an impending storm, the whispers of the past clawing at our minds, a cacophony of ancient voices spiraling around us, each one a thread in the tapestry of Ramses's reign. His reputation, Kia murmured, the words dripping with bitterness, is a gilded cage. The irony of her words hung thick in the air, how love, ambition, and devotion could twist into the very chains that bind. A sudden crash shattered the stillness. A stone tumbled from the temple wall, crashing to the ground with a thud that resonated deep in my chest. The air crackled with energy, an unseen force swirling, pulling us deeper into the mysteries of power and desire. "This place is haunted," I gasped, feeling the weight of centuries press against my skin, every chill a reminder of ancient grudges. "But by whom?" "By the ghosts of our choices," Amun replied, his voice steady yet edged with despair. "By the legacy of a man who carved his name in blood and stone." His eyes glimmered with fierce intensity, but the shadows darting across his face whispered of doubt. I felt his struggle, the pull of tradition clashing against the tides of his own heart. Kia stepped closer, her breath warm against the cool evening air. "What if we changed the story?" she breathed, a daring spark igniting in her gaze. "What if we became the writers of our fate? The echoes of Ramses cannot drown the whispers of our truth." Her defiance washed over me like a refreshing rain, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos. The world held its breath, and the silence was a heavy weight, filled with the promise of confrontation. What did it mean to challenge a legacy? To peel back the layers of history and expose the raw flesh beneath? My heart raced, the inevitability of their choices wrapping around me, squeezing until I felt the pulse of centuries thrumming through my veins. In that moment, time stretched and twisted, memories flooding my mind, distant echoes of laughter and tears, kingdoms built and shattered, a life woven into the fabric of the universe. I could almost see the stars aligning, their distant glow illuminating the path of rebellion and courage. And yet, the deeper truth gnawed at us, relentless and unforgiving. Ramses was a king who demanded loyalty, whose shadow loomed large, casting doubt upon the hearts of those who dared to defy him. I remember, I muttered under my breath, feeling the weight of choice pressing down like the weight of 1,000 tombstones, when we thought he could be more than a conqueror. Cracks began to form in the facade of history, gritty and raw. I could sense the tremors of change, the stirring of hearts longing to break free. Let us not be mere echoes, Amun declared, a fire igniting in his eyes, but voices strong enough to sing a new song. But could we? Could we rewrite the past, rise from the ashes of forgotten dreams, or were we destined to remain mere shadows, flitting about in the dark? The answers danced just out of reach, tantalizing and terrifying. The night wrapped around us, thick as fog, every heartbeat a drum, reverberating with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and rising tensions. Ramses II, the pharaoh, stood as a monument to ambition, yet here we were, 3 souls caught in a web of history. And the question loomed over us like the towering pyramids: would we be defined by his legacy, or would we break free into the light? The answer clung in the air, heavy and electric, as we stepped into the darkness, ready to confront the shadows of the past. The night was alive with the weight of our choices, the world around us a tapestry woven of dreams, despair, and determination. In that silence, history waited, watching with bated breath, as we prepared to carve our own names into the fabric of time. The air crackles with tension, thick like the heat of the desert sun, casting shadows that dance across the parched earth. I stand there, surrounded by the chaos of men, their faces etched in grim determination, their eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve. The battlefield of Kadesh stretches before us, a hellscape of clashing wheels, where life and death walls too close, too intimate. A scream cuts through the din, sharp and piercing, echoing the agony of 1,000 lost souls. I look to my left, where Amenhotep, a steadfast warrior with a heart burdened by doubt, tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword. I remember the first time he laid eyes upon the glint of bronze. It was in a quiet moment under the stars, full of dreams and untested bravery. Now, those dreams are clawing at him, half-formed and desperate, as the weight of his choices drags him down. And what about me, the chronicler of this madness? I remember the whispers of my youth, the tales of glory and conquest, spun like gold thread through the loom of time. Yet here, on this cursed ground, I feel like a puppet, strings tangled in blood and fear. Every heartbeat is a reminder of my own fragile existence, a life interwoven with the grand tapestry of history, yet so painfully small, so achingly human. The chariots thunder across the plain, a cacophony of wood and metal, crashing into one another like a storm unleashed. I see Hatshepsut, the warrior queen, her voice rising above the chaos, a clarion call that sends shivers down my spine. Steel glints in the sun as she commands her troops, her eyes fierce, yet haunted. I recall her laughter in the palace, how it echoed like music through the marble halls, but now it's replaced by the clangor of weapons. Fear clenches at my heart. What if this moment marks the end of her reign, the denouement of her brilliance? Amenhotep's breath quickens beside me. What if we fail? He mutters, a soft confession that hangs heavy in the air. I want to tell him that failure isn't the end, it's a harrowing chapter, a ghost that follows, reminding us that we are alive. But the words catch in my throat like sand, choking my resolve. I remember the day he saved a child from a collapsing structure, the way the boy's laughter broke through the shadows enveloping him. Will he have to live with the ghosts of his brothers, their lives extinguished by this insatiable thirst for glory? The sun hangs low, blood-red, as if the heavens themselves are weeping for the souls about to be lost. The shadows stretch longer, casting a pall over the land, and I can't shake the feeling that time is slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. I glance at Hatshepsut, and I see a woman forged in the fires of ambition, yet fragile beneath the weight of her crown. The warriors rally around her, but I know, deep down, they are as terrified as Amenhotep. What if, I whisper to myself, what if they all become shadows today? Look! Amenhotep cries, his voice trembling as he points toward the horizon. The Hittite forces emerge, a dark tide surging toward us, relentless and unforgiving. I feel my heart race, pounding in rhythm with the drums of war, each beat echoing the dread pooling in my gut. We are outnumbered, he says, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it carries the weight of the world. What if it's for nothing? Those words sink into me like daggers, and I can't help but imagine the faces of those left behind, my family, my friends, all scattered like leaves in the wind. It's not nothing, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. It's everything. But I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a spark of fear that threatens to engulf him. The clash of swords begins, a symphony of chaos, each note a cry of agony, of valor, of despair. I watch as men fall, their lives extinguished, as if snuffed out like candles in a storm. Hatshepsut stands firm, a lighthouse in the tempest, but even she can't hold back the wave of darkness that threatens to drown us. I can almost hear the whispers of the past, the spirits of the fallen, urging us to remember, to fight for our legacies. But legacy feels so distant now. Amenhotep shifts nervously, and I reach out, gripping his shoulder in a desperate attempt to anchor us both. We remember, I declare, though my voice quivers. We remember the laughter, the hope, the dreams. But even as I say it, I feel the specter of despair creeping in, stealing the air from our lungs. The ground trembles beneath our feet as the Hittite forces charge, a wall of fury crashing against us. I close my eyes for a fleeting moment, envisioning the spiraling galaxies, the endless night sky. Time feels fluid here, slipping into the folds of eternity, and I think of all the lives that will never be told, the stories that will die with them. In that heartbeat, with the world around me collapsing into chaos, I make a choice. I will etch this moment into the annals of history, not as a mere observer, but as a witness to the raw, unfiltered emotion that binds us. I remember the faces, the fears, the hopes, the love that ignites even in the darkest hour. Amenhotep and Hatshepsut, they are flawed, they are human, and in this fleeting moment, they are everything. The sun hangs heavy, casting shadows that stretch into eternity. The clash of metal continues, and as I stand on this precipice of despair, I realize that our stories, our struggles, will never truly end. They will reverberate through time, whispering to the universe, reminding us that we are alive, we are real, and we are here, even amidst the horror of war. I turn to face the storm, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat. The Battle of Kadesh is just a chapter in a much larger saga, and as the tension mounts like a gathering storm, I know this moment is merely the prelude to something far greater, something that will echo through the annals of time. The clock struck midnight, but time seemed to hold its breath. A lone figure stood on the blood-soaked earth, the weight of history pressing down like a heavy shroud. Muffled cries echoed in the stillness, reverberating through the soul. I remember that night, the chill that seeped into my bones, a prelude to chaos, as shadows danced across the landscape, phantoms of warriors long gone. In the distance, flames flickered like dying stars, illuminating faces twisted in fear and resolve. I remember my heart pounding, a war drum echoing in my chest, syncing with the pulse of the earth. This was no simple confrontation, this was the raw essence of humanity laid bare, stripped of pretense. Here, in the heart of conflict, we were just flesh and blood, hopes and dreams entangled with despair. Roderick, a knight marked by pride and scars, stood beside me, his gaze fixed on the chaos. He had fought many battles, each one carving shadows deeper into his spirit. I could see the conflict within him, a tempest brewing. "What's the point?" he whispered, voice rough as gravel, as if the night itself betrayed him. We clashed like moths to a flame, drawn to our own end. I could feel his pain, the echoes of battles past clawing at the edges of his sanity. And then there was Ilara, a healer with hands that had mended more than just wounds. Her heart beat fiercely beneath layers of bandages and sorrow. She was caught between the desire to save lives and the unrelenting march of war. "If I can just save one," she murmured, cradling a child in her arms, the tiny body a reminder of innocence lost. But how do you salvage hope from the ruins of ambition? the air thickened with smoke, a pungent reminder that every choice bore consequence. I remember the first time I saw the battlefield, the overwhelming stench of sweat and blood, the relentless cries of men and beasts. History told stories of glory and honor, but beneath the surface lurked the grotesque reality of human folly. We wore our sins like armor, each clashing blade a note in a symphony of chaos. Roderick's sword, once a glimmering promise of valor, now lay tarnished, an extension of his own despair. He swung it with a ferocity that belied the emptiness in his gaze. "We're no better than the beasts we hunt," he snarled, cleaving through flesh like bread, a visceral reminder of the fine line between man and monster. I watched as his hands trembled, the grip on his weapon slipping, blood pooling at his feet, the earth drinking in the remnants of his soul. Ilara knelt beside a wounded soldier, cradling his head in her lap. "Stay with me," she pleaded, her voice a fragile thread in the cacophony. "You'll see dawn." But I saw the truth in her eyes, the flicker of doubt, the weight of each life hanging like a cruel joke. Memories of laughter shattered like glass, each shard a ghost that whispered of a time when joy was a birthright, not a luxury. "Why do we fight?" I heard myself ask, the question hanging in the air like a spectre. The answer was as elusive as a dream, slipping through fingers that clutched desperately at meaning. Roderick laughed, but it was laced with madness. Perhaps for the thrill, or the promise of something greater, or maybe it's just in our nature to destroy. The night wore on, each moment stretching into eternity, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were trapped in a loop of our own making. A never-ending dance of violence, a grotesque waltz that promised nothing but heartache and loss. I could see the connections, each battle, a reflection of the last, a cycle of suffering that echoed through the ages. In the shadows, I caught glimpses of battles past, Cannae, where legions fell like autumn leaves, and the haunting echoes of Waterloo, where fate twisted like a cruel knife. The ground beneath us was littered with the remnants of history, stories woven into the fabric of the earth. I felt the weight of those lives pressing down, a reminder that we were merely players on a stage set by the cosmos. Roderick's sword fell from his grip, clattering against the stones. "I'm tired," he rasped, the fight draining from him like the last light of day. Ilara looked up, her hand stained with blood, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Then let's be done with it." But her voice trembled, betraying the flicker of hope that still remained. The battle raged on around us, but in that moment, time slowed. I could hear the thud of my own heartbeat, a metronome marking the rhythm of despair. I remembered the faces of those we had lost, the dreams we had sacrificed at the altar of ambition. And then, like a thunderclap, realization struck. This fight, this dance of death, it was not just about land or power, it was a reflection of our very souls. We fought against ourselves, against the shadows that lurked in the corners of our hearts. And as I stood there, enveloped in the chaos, I understood, we were all at war with the ghosts of our past, the choices we had made. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting a golden glow on the carnage, I felt a shift. The air hummed with a strange energy, a promise of something more. But was it redemption or despair? The answer eluded me, like wisps of smoke curling into the ether. Roderick and Ilara stood beside me, silhouettes against the rising sun, each filled with a longing for peace in a world steeped in violence. But how do you find solace when the ghosts of history loom so large? The past held us captive, a relentless tide dragging us back into the depths. I remember the moment when everything changed, when the weight of our choices settled like a shroud upon our shoulders. The battlefield became a mirror, reflecting not just our struggles, but the essence of humanity itself, a flawed tapestry woven from love, loss, and the unending quest for meaning. And as the sun began its ascent, casting long shadows over the fallen, I felt the chill of the night recede, replaced by an unsettling warmth. The ghosts of those who had fought before us lingered still, whispering truths that reverberated through time, demanding to be acknowledged. In that moment, I realized the battle was far from over. It would continue, a relentless tide, an echo through the ages, weaving the threads of our lives into the fabric of history. And as the light broke over the horizon, illuminating the scars of the past, I found myself standing at the precipice, both terrified and exhilarated, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air crackled with tension, a palpable dread that clawed at the throat. There, in the shadows of Kadesh, the sun dipped beneath the horizon, bleeding crimson into the sky, as if the heavens themselves were bruised by what was to unfold. I could practically taste the iron tang of fear, heavy and metallic, as I stood shoulder to shoulder with my comrades, hearts pounding as one, an orchestra of anxiety. The army was restless, the men's faces etched with uncertainty, haunted by the ghost of yesterday's failures. I remember the moment vividly. A few yards away, General Wren's hands trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Was it the weight of command that made him falter, or the memory of countless battles fought and lost? His blue eyes, usually so fierce, were clouded, reflecting doubt that gnawed at the edges of his mind. He was a warrior, yes, but in that moment, he was also a man, visibly cracked, and it terrified me. I could see it in the way his jaw clenched, a slow realization that the sands of Kadesh would soon run red again. Beside him stood Marco, a soldier whose laughter had once echoed through our camp like music, a balm for weary souls. But today, it was the silence that screamed loudest. His back was straight, posture rigid, yet I could sense the trembling in his hands, the way they fidgeted with a loose thread on his tunic, as if trying to weave courage from the fabric. Marco had seen too much. His dreams were haunted by the faces of friends lost to the sharpened edge of fate, and now, he was a mere shadow of the boy who once cracked jokes about our love lives, or lack thereof. They bathed once a year, he would jest, so yeah, romance was earthy. But the humor had dried up, and all that remained was the weight of reality. And then came the hushed whispers, warnings in the air, like dark omens. A rival army gathered beyond the horizon, their banners snapping in the wind like the teeth of a beast. The sun's final rays cast long shadows that danced upon the ground, and as night fell, it felt as if the world was holding its breath. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, a drum roll for the chaos that would soon erupt. I remember the ground beneath me vibrating, the low growl of distant drums, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The clash was inevitable. We stood on the precipice of history, and the abyss below beckoned with a sinister whisper. "We're going to die here," Marco muttered, eyes wide, not fully realizing he was speaking my fears aloud. I wanted to comfort him, to tell him that it would be fine, that we would fight and triumph, but deep down, I understood we were mere pawns in a game far older than us. Wren's voice cut through the gathering storm, a fragile beacon of authority. "Listen," he commanded, and for a fleeting moment, the world fell silent. "We have faced worse odds." His words were a desperate rally, a lifeline tossed into a stormy sea. But was he trying to convince us or himself? I could see it in the slight tremor of his lips, the way his armor felt heavier tonight than ever before. Suddenly, the world exploded into chaos. The enemy surged forward like a tide, a mass of bodies and steel, and we met them, swords raised, hearts pounding like war drums. I remember the clash, the cacophony of metal against metal, the screams that mingled with the battle cries, a symphony of violence painting the night in shades of horror. I fought with the ferocity born of desperation, each swing of my sword a plea to the cosmos for survival. But then, in the thick of it all, I caught a glimpse of Marco. Panic gripped him as he faced down a towering foe, the man's shadow swallowing Marco whole. Memories rushed back, fragments of laughter and joy, now suffocated by the weight of reality. I shouted his name, a frantic plea that hung in the air like the scent of blood. "Marco!" Time slowed. I remember the way his eyes widened in disbelief, the moment stretching until it felt eternal. In that split second, the universe seemed to unfold. I saw the boy he was, the laughter we once shared, and the fear that threatened to engulf him. And then, like a cruel twist of fate, the darkness closed in. I watched helplessly as the enemy's blade found its mark, and with a sickening thud, Marco crumpled to the ground, lifeless, dreams extinguished in an instant. The scream clawed its way out of my throat, raw and primal, echoing through the battlefield. I was lost, a marionette with severed strings, stumbling through a nightmare where hope had been snatched away. Wren, too, felt the tremors of loss. I saw it in his eyes, the flicker of despair that threatened to consume him. He bellowed orders, frantically rallying the men, but the words fell flat, like stones thrown into a well of despair. Each command felt like a hollow echo, reverberating against the walls of our own mortality. And in the heart of the tempest, amidst the chaos, I realized. We were not just fighting an enemy, we were battling our own fears, our own inadequacies. The lessons of Kadesh were seeping through the cracks of our broken spirits. Strategy was not merely about formations or maneuvers, it was about the will to press on, to find strength in vulnerability, to fight for each other, even when the world crumbled around us. The night stretched on, a grim tapestry woven with the threads of loss and desperation, and as I fell to my knees beside Marco, the reality crashed over me like a tidal wave. There was no conclusion here, no moment of clarity. Only the shadows looming closer, the weight of our choices, a cruel reminder that history was not a fairy tale, it was raw, messy, and unyielding. I remember the taste of blood in the air, the smell of sweat and fear, and the silence that followed the screams. I was a soldier, yes, but tonight, I was just a soul grappling with the darkness, an unwilling participant in a game where the stakes were life and death. As the battle raged on, I understood that Kadesh would become more than a lesson in military strategy, it would be a haunting memory, a reminder that leadership was forged not in triumph but in the willingness to stand amidst the ruins, to carry the weight of those we lost, and to fight on. And as the night deepened, I felt the threads of fate weaving tighter around us, binding our stories to the shadows, forever entangled, forever echoing in the silence that would follow. The sun hung low in the sky, a blood-orange orb, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts across the barren landscape. I can hear the dull thrum of war drums, a heartbeat of an impending catastrophe, echoing through the air thick with dust and dread. The scent of iron and sweat, mingling with the acrid smoke of burning chariots, filled my lungs, heavy and suffocating. I was there, right there, a witness to the chaos, the Battle of Kadesh, a titanic clash that would weave itself into the very fabric of history, and yet here I was, just a speck in its grand tapestry. I remember the faces, the soldiers who wore their fear like armor. One stood out, a young man named Ramesses, face pale under his war paint, eyes wide with a mix of determination and dread. He was no king yet, just a boy swept into the whirlpool of destiny, the weight of his ancestors' legacies pressing down like a mountain on his chest. "I have to prove myself," he whispered, more to himself than anyone else, a desperate mantra clinging to his lips like a prayer. The sound of clanging metal mixed with the frantic whinnies of horses, drowning out his self-doubt, but it lingered, a ghost haunting him in the thickening air. And then there was Hittite warrior, a fierce woman named Pari, her heart hardened by years of bloodshed. She was a force of nature, fierce and unyielding, her spirit like a wildfire that could consume everything in its path. Yet beneath that fierce exterior, I could see a flicker of vulnerability, the ache of a family she had left behind, shattered dreams that floated through her mind like muted echoes of laughter. "I fight for them," she breathed, her words a promise, a desperate plea to the gods who seemed to turn a blind eye. And yet, as she tightened her grip on her sword, I felt the tremor of her hands, the tremor of fear masked by bravado. And then, the moment shattered. The earth trembled beneath the weight of the chariots, a cacophony of chaos. Men, once comrades, now strangers, were thrust into a tempest of fury. The clash of metal, swords against shields, arrows slicing through the air like angry wasps, created a symphony of destruction. Ramesses charged forward, the screams of his men ringing in his ears, a haunting melody that would echo in his dreams. The urgency of survival propelled him into a daze of adrenaline, the line between life and death blurring into a grotesque dance. I remember the moment Pari crossed paths with Ramesses, a split second that felt infinite. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting gaze, there was recognition, a shared understanding of the burden they carried. The universe conspired, spinning its threads into a tapestry of fate. In the madness of battle, they were two souls adrift in a storm, searching for an anchor. "This isn't what we imagined," she yelled, anger and fear intertwining, her voice barely breaking through the cacophony. The reality of war was not the glorious clash she had dreamed of, it was a nightmare, raw and unrestrained. Just then, a deafening roar erupted, the Hittite forces surged, a tidal wave of warriors crashing against Ramses' line. The sound reverberated in my bones, a primal fear that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Ramses was swept into the fray, the chaos swallowing him whole. Each swing of his sword was a desperate attempt to grasp onto hope, a hope that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. He was not just fighting for glory, he was battling his own inner demons, the fear of failure, the fear of becoming a ghost in the annals of history. Pari fought fiercely, slashing through the onslaught, but every strike brought her closer to the abyss. The faces of her fallen comrades haunted her, a constant reminder that the cost of victory was steep. "No," she screamed, a battle cry that echoed through the chaos, a fierce declaration against the oppressive weight of fate. But as she fought, I could see her resolve wavering, like a candle flickering in the dark. Doubt crept in, whispering insidious thoughts, making her question everything, her choices, her loyalty, the very essence of her being. And then, a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Ramesses, panting, surrounded by a sea of blood and despair, caught sight of Pari once more. They were not enemies, they were kindred spirits thrown into this maelstrom of violence. In that moment, something shifted, an understanding that transcended the battlefield, a shared recognition of humanity stripped bare. "We're more than this," he shouted, his voice fighting to be heard over the tumult. "There's a world beyond this madness." But the battle raged on, indifferent to their revelation, the universe swirling around them, oblivious to their plight. Every clash, every loss, resonated deep within me, a visceral reminder of the price of conflict. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the lessons unlearned, the cycle of violence that spun like a cursed wheel, dragging them both into its depths. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching like fingers across the battlefield, and in this moment of impending twilight, everything seemed impossibly fragile. Ramesses felt a surge of desperation. If only he could turn back time, if only he could rewrite history, he would change the narrative. He would find a way to break the cycle. But here, amidst the chaos and carnage, all that was left was the brutal reality of war, a merciless leviathan that swallowed hopes and dreams whole. And as the battle continued, I felt time slow, each heartbeat echoing like the ticking of a clock, every moment stretching into infinity. The universe watched, silent, holding its breath as Ramesses and Pari fought their demons, both personal and shared. The weight of their struggles hung in the air, a palpable tension threading through their fates, weaving stories that would transcend the ages. The night crept in, a shroud of darkness that enveloped the battlefield, and I stood there, a mere observer, acutely aware of the fragility of life. The echoes of their struggles, the heart-wrenching cries, the blood-soaked earth beneath their feet, each element melded into a haunting symphony of desperation and hope, a reminder that the battle was not just against each other, but against the very essence of what it meant to be human. The stars flickered above, indifferent witnesses to their plight, and I felt the tremors of their shared journey ripple through me like a living pulse, reminding me that their story, our story, was far from over.